Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the Foreside Wind Farm inquiry. We are waiting for another witness to join us, Mr. Mundell, MSP, who isn't here yet. I've sent a message to the office just to see if he's on his way. But we will start any matters arising. Does anybody have anything they want to raise before we start the inquiry session today? Okay, that's fine. Now, as we discussed yesterday, the Scottish Borders Council witness, Siobhan McDermott, has been taken ill with the virus, so she will not be giving evidence over these 2 days. And her evidence will be taken later in August in replacement for the conditions session. I will send out a revised annex from the PM note just so everybody knows that that is what is happening and what's clear. So what I'm suggesting today is that we have the applicant's witness, Mr. Welsh, and then possibly, if that continues this morning, if that finishes this morning, I'm afraid, then we take Miss Anderson's evidence this afternoon. And if that completes, then we start with Mr. Steele's evidence tomorrow morning, so bringing everything a little bit more forward, and then Mr. Mundell, which hopefully will join us by then, will take his evidence tomorrow afternoon or later tomorrow morning, depending how far we get through things. So the intention that this inquiry session will run for today and tomorrow. I expect the witnesses' evidence to be given in the following order, so I've set out how that's going to be arranged. Is that order acceptable to everybody? Just want to double check that sounds reasonable based on what we discussed yesterday?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, I'm going to start with the applicant's witness, Mr. Welsh. And before I do, could I just be clear which documents we need to have open or with us, or hard copies?
I have a list, so I can run through that. That is going to be the FEI May 2020, figure JW1, JW2, JW3, viewpoint.
Sorry, Mr. Hardy, can you just take me slowly through these? So these are these attached to the back of Mr. Welch's precognition
report?
Report. Sorry. Yeah.
So they are.
Okay. That's fine.
In the appendices. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we want viewpoint 13, Arkleton, and that is SI. So that's in the supplementary information from April 2022. That's figures 6.29H, 6.29I. Viewpoint 15 then, that's the Malcolm Monument from Witter Hill. That's the supplementary information, figure 631G. CD 12.034, paragraphs 10 to 12. So that is CD 12.034.
Which is, can you just tell me what that document is?
There's the capacity studies. CD 09.003. So that is CD 12.034 and then CD 09003. That's the D&G landscape capacity study, and then 10.003, which is the Borders capacity study. 003.
I think it might be. I know we're saying 10.00, 10.00. I think we can just say 10.3. It's probably easier, or 9.3. Yeah, I think the O's are kind of confusing it and make it a bit more difficult to understand.
10.3. Yes, Borders capacity study. Then CD 12.14. That's the RSA technical paper. 12.9, which is the spatial planning for wind farms. CD 2.150, that's the EIAR figure 6.9F. CD 4.3, that's the SI figure 6.9F. And then to finish, back to Mr. Welch's graphics, that's JW5, JW6. And then, of course, we'll need statement, report, precognition in the normal way. So I hope that's helpful.
That is helpful. Can you tell me which I should have in front of me, which should be hard copies? Would you recommend to have a hard copy of the actual?
I think that the viewpoints, if you have those in hard copy, and I think that Mr. Welch's appendices, so that's JW1 through 6, useful to have in hard copy.
Okay, so viewpoints 13 and 15, you're
Yes.
recommending those in hard copy. I've got JW1 to 6.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, if you can just give me a few minutes just to get those.
Yes, of course.
Capital P, planning 22, exclamation mark.
Logging. Right, there you go. Just by way of update, Mum, I have now got into the USB stick, so it's a bit convoluted, but you have to go through the DTVP launcher. When you've done that, there's a password. When you get into that, then actually it's straightforward. So it's convoluted to get in. Once you're in, it's easy. So if people want to have a USB with all of the documents on it, then I think there's about 5 or 6 spare ones that we've got here.
Can we just take a few moments? Would you mind showing people how to get into it? Would that be all right? Is that okay? Thank you. Okay, if we could just start back. Mr. Campbell, can we start back, please? Thank you. Mr. Armstrong, you said you got a point you wanted to raise before we start this particular session.
Yes, ma'am. It's just to voice a concern about the number of documents that my learned friend has indicated he intends to refer this witness to. My recollection of the discussion at the procedural hearing, it was agreed that as far as possible all evidence would be in written form, and that that was the reason why we were going to have statements, reports and precognitions in order for that evidence to be set out in detail. At that procedural hearing, we discussed the timings in relation to matters, and I specifically recollect raising the issue of avoiding detailed examination in chief because of the time that would take up, and the fact that evidence would be set out in recognitions, reports and statements. And it was, my recollection agreed that there wouldn't be detailed examination in chief. Ma'am, at the start of the proceedings yesterday, you indicated that cross-examination would be restricted only to areas of dispute. I do have a concern that Mr. Hardy does appear, by going through the list of documents that we've heard him mention this morning, that there's going to be substantial examination in chief here. Now, my understanding was that is certainly against what was discussed, and indeed it is against what the normal practice is at inquiries now, where examination in chief is restricted to just clarification of matters that have arisen since the precognitions have been lodged. So at this stage, I just raise a concern that hopefully this isn't going to take long.
Mr. Hardy, could you just clarify what information you're going to cover with your witness in your examination?
Yes, no, that point is well made. And in structuring evidence in chief, listen carefully to what you had to say yesterday, as well as what was said at the pre-inquiry meeting. I've got 7 points. It is designed to be helpful. It is designed to pick up points which have arisen in the precognitions. It is not simply a case of running through our case, which you're well aware of. So the point is heard. But we're hoping that the evidence in chief is going to be focused and helpful.
Okay, I note the point that's been made. I will see how things operate this morning, and if I need to intervene at any point and move things on, I will do so. The whole idea is that, as I suggested, that we do hear areas of dispute, and there are a number of witnesses, although we've dropped one witness over these 2 days, we've still got quite a lot of evidence to get through, and I want to complete that in these 2 days and make the process as efficient and effective as possible. So thank you for that. Okay, Mr. Hardy, would you like to introduce your witness?
Yes. So, Mr. James Welch, and we can read your qualifications and experience in full in Annex 1 to your report. So we can take that as read. You've heard what's just been said, Mr. Welch. The summary is in paragraph 1.1 of your precognition. James Welch, Chartered Landscape Architect, Fellow of the Landscape Institute, Director of Open, and you tell us that you understand your duties to the inquiry, confirm opinions expressed throughout the evidence have been are your own and are professionally independent. Is that all true and correct?
Yes, it is.
Thank you very much. I don't intend to take that any further. So you've heard the point about keeping matters focused, Mr. Welch. I want to start with the matter of viewpoints 1 and 2 in the FEI 2020. So that's CD 37. And I think it's a correction in relation to numbering that you want to make, Mr. Welch.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am. A very simple point, and it's to avoid confusion. In the FEI in 2020, 2 viewpoints were illustrated, and they were labelled as viewpoint 1 and viewpoint 2. And I just wanted to draw to your attention that those viewpoints have now been correctly slotted into the SI set of figures in a sequence of numbers, rather than leading to any duplication of viewpoints 1 and 2. So we have FEI viewpoint number 1 from the A7 south of Teviot Head has now moved into the SI figures as figure 26 or 27. And the purpose for FEI viewpoint 2 was simply to replace the photography for Ruber's Law, as that was a matter raised by Scottish Borders Council in its consultation. So there are no longer an additional set of viewpoints 1 and 2 if you refer to the SI figures. Thank you.
So on that basis, the SI set of figures, does that represent the complete set, Mr. Welch?
It does.
Thank you. Second point then, a point in dispute. There's criticism about the absence of a design and access statement and that effectively landscape and visual considerations weren't given serious enough attention during the layout design process. I just want your evidence on that, please.
Ms Anderson is correct. There is no separate design and access statement for Forside, but I would strongly resist any suggestion that that means that the landscape and visual considerations were not properly taken into account when the wind farm was designed. The materials that you would expect to find in a design and access statement are contained in chapters 2 and 3 of the EIAR, along with cross-reference in chapter 6 and indeed in the planning statement as well. Ma'am, I would say that anyone who's been involved in the design of a large commercial wind farm in an upland location will understand that there is a wide range of competing interests to contemplate, which range from ecological, hydrological, ornithological, landscape and visual, transportation, cultural heritage and so on, as well as planning policy. And those topics all bring different tensions to bear, and all of those topics have been thoroughly considered in the EIAR. In terms of involvement of landscape and visual in the design process, my practice was involved throughout the design process, testing schemes using wind farm software, providing feedback to the applicant, and the scheme that you see before you involved an iterative process over a considerable period of time, which addressed the inputs of a very wide range of consultants. I'm satisfied professionally that the layout has resulted in a wind farm that is set back from the sensitive edges of the Uise Water and the Esk Valleys, such that where it is seen from those sensitive areas, the design has been carefully considered and contemplated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Third point, really, following on from that, in the precognitions, a lot of discussion about sensitive edges and consideration that or suggestion that the proposed development encroaches onto the outer edge of the hills that contain the Uise Water and the Esk Valley. I'd like your response to that.
As I have said in my inquiry report, I consider that large-scale upland characteristics present on the site have inherent capacity to accommodate large wind turbines, and we have a good measure of precedence across Scotland for commercial wind farms being sited in upland areas. Siting a development in an upland gets more challenging towards the edges of the upland, where large-scale open exposed relief can transition into smaller-scale valleys. And we have that relationship on this site with those two valleys to the east and south. And a key consideration in the design of the wind farm is how close a wind farm might get towards those edges without appearing overwhelming or dominant from the valleys below, and it's about striking a balance. I'm clear that there's going to be a lot of debate about that particular aspect of the development siting at this inquiry, but I think that the applicant has got a sensible balance here, and that the impacts on those adjoining valleys are not so great, and certainly not overbearing or overwhelming.
In terms of the graphics, just to open those up, can we look at JW1? Welch, what do you want to draw out from that, please?
Simply to point out that this relief map shows very clearly how the layout of the wind farm has been sited along a series of interconnected ridge lines that run through the site. The turbines have been set back from the edges of those uplands. You can see here by a minimum of 1 kilometre, and in places appreciably more than that.
Now, just to expand on that, the two viewpoints mentioned, so Arkleton Hill first of all, and then the Malcolm Monument. So could you take those out? So that's in the SI. Mr. Welch.
Thank you, I have that.
Arkleton and SI figure 6.29H and 6.29I. So let's just take Arkleton Hill first of all. What do you want to say about that?
Much has been made of the proximity and relationship of the turbines to the Hughes Water Valley. In this view from Arkleton, you can't actually see the A7 because it's tucked down below the viewpoint. You can make out the Hughes Water Valley at the base of the photograph, the photo montage. But what this tells me is that the wind farm has been set back from the edge of that valley and is firmly rooted in the upland landscape which lies beyond. It does not encroach into the outermost edge of hills as perceived from here. And just to reiterate that point, viewpoint 15 is very helpful as well.
Let's turn on to that. So that's the Malcolm Monument.
Malcolm Monument, 631G. And in this view, ma'am, we can see the A7 in the foreground. We can see the Hughes Water. We can see the settlement in the valley, transmission line. And again, to my assessment, those turbines, whilst highly visible from this location, have been set back from the edge hills such that they do not appear along the edge of those hills which form the important escarpment to the valley.
There are others, of course, Mr. Welch, but those are the two that we'll go to for present purposes. I think that leads naturally on to the next matter. That's the respective capacity studies that are applicable to the site area. I think it's helpful to have JW2 open. So in your appendices, that's your landscape character graphic. And D&G, in their evidence, are saying that, look, this is not supportive. The D&G capacity study is not supportive of the proposed development insofar as landscape character type 19 for Southern Uplands North Langholm unit is concerned. And I want your response to that, please.
I will comment very briefly on the capacity studies, bear in mind what's been said, but I did want to reiterate the point at the outset, ma'am, that they are strategic, broad brush studies, in my opinion, that are designed to provide high-level guidance at the outset of a study or consideration of a site, and they do not replace full LVIA for a site-specific proposal. We have this year, very recently in April, received new published guidance from Nature Scott. That's in CD 12.34, 12.34, ma'am. I don't think you need to go there, but it's paragraphs 10 and 12, 10 to 12 if you wish to look at that. But basically, it's very clear that there is a shift away from calling these capacity studies, because that's not what they in reality do. They don't factor in all the societal or planning, spatial planning, technical considerations that are necessary when defining capacity. And instead, Nature Scott has deemed that they should become and be called sensitivity studies. Now, aspects of both the SBC and DGC current capacity studies do concentrate on the sensitivity, and they provided guidance on the sensitivity of landscape character types to different turbine typologies, but they go further and determine whether there is capacity or not for development. So those will need to be updated. But taking them at face value, which we have to do at present, the Dumfries and Galloway one, which is CD 9.3, does not contemplate landscape character type 19A. And if we have a look at JW2, just want to point this out because I think it will come up again. You can see that the western part of the scheme within Dumfries and Galloway sits within LCT 19A, and we've called it sub-area 1, which is the southern uplands with forest. And the main part of the site sits in 19.4, which is the Langham Hills area of the southern uplands. In short, the Dumfries and Galloway study finds no capacity at all in area 19.4 because it ruled this area out in 2011 on the basis of consideration of its sensitivity and turbine awareness at that point. Whereas 19A1 is identified in the capacity study as having the only, being the only place in Dumfries and Galloway with capacity for this scale of wind turbine. So we have two adjoining areas with very different ratings in the capacity study. I think that it is a mistake that it deems there to be no capacity in area 19.4, and I think that a more finely tuned review which recognised that there are different sensitivities within that large area could support wind turbine development in the western part of it, because the underlying topographical characteristics are consistent between the two areas, and that's recognised by Ms Anderson in her evidence, by SNH in its character assessment of the area. I think that the heightened sensitivity in area 19.4 comes from its interface with the valleys, as I mentioned to you a few moments ago. It's the southern fringes and the eastern fringes that are of greatest sensitivity in that area. If I could briefly turn to SBC and its capacity study, which is CD 10.7, and I think 10.8 is in various parts, but it's page 39 that I wanted to. is the number on the document rather than a digital number. The two areas of contention on JW3, ma'am, concern the northern turbines and are marked on JW2 as area 4 brackets 3 and 5 brackets 1, which are the Crake and Cold Clwch areas. Both of those areas are assessed on page 39. And the SBC, can be seen from this table that Cold Clwch, which is the first one, is assessed as having what is keyed as low capacity for turbines over 120 metres, and the same low capacity in the Crake area as well. It also notes that proposed future development, there is potential for development of turbines over 120 metres, again classified as low, and that Scottish Borders Council envisages, their study envisages a change in this area from uplands with no wind turbines in the Crake area to uplands with wind turbines, and similarly in the Cold Clwch area an intensification of the typology there. We also can see in the development capacity text on the right hand side of the table there is remaining capacity for larger turbines in defined areas of those two character types. Figure 6.1e, which will be later on in the document, six point 1e. It's almost at the back of it. Okay. 6.1e identifies where in the Scottish borders there is some capacity for turbines of this scale, and the application site is in one of the largest areas identified on the southern boundary, and both parts of the site lie within the area identified. The other figure that I would draw your attention to, ma'am, is 6.4 in that document, which shows again where the highest capacity lies, and part of the site is in an area identified with the highest capacity in the borders. So as far as this strategic guidance goes, it does direct development towards the application site. And of the 4 LCTs that make up the host landscape of the site, 3 of them, therefore, have a measure of locational support, with one area not being contemplated for the reasons I've said. And I think that that finding in the D&G capacity study places an overly restrictive blanket on a very large area of the southern uplands where some development could be accommodated.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Welsh. Now, 5th point is in relation to the regional scenic area designation. If we can go back to your appendices, and that's figure JW3. So that shows the Langham Hills Regional Scenic Area. And the council suggested, D&G suggests, that the integrity of the RSA would be compromised by the proposal. And given what you've just said about the proposed development being set back from the edge of the hills, what is your response to that in relation to the effects on the RSA, including on the integrity of the designation?
It's worthwhile just looking at JW3 to get an indication of the development where it sits in the RSA. Both Ms. Anderson and I are agreed that there's no citation available to underpin the RSA designation, and that makes it difficult to assess the special qualities. It's therefore open to some professional interpretation. In Ms. Anderson's inquiry report at 8:15, she considers the attractive combination of Eskdale and Usewater valleys and the adjacent southern uplands to be the principal reason for designation of the Langham Hills RSA, and I agree with that assessment. And I would go further, though, and say that the weight of emphasis within CD 1214, ma'am, which is the Regional Scenic Areas Technical Paper, January 2018, I would say the weight of the contribution that those river valleys make to the designation is very significant. That's where the emphasis of this designation lies. We could go there, ma'am, or you can read page 40.
I think it's helpful. Let's just do that to make the point. So, CD 1214. So where do you want to go, Mr. Welch?
Well, there's 3 paragraphs on top of page 40 which describe the RSA, and going through those paragraphs, I've highlighted the references to the valley and the enclosing uplands. So it says, for the opening sentence, this RSA centres on the combinations of upland glen and other attractive valley landscapes and the adjacent southern uplands. In the second paragraph, it describes how the RSA was extended along the Esk Valley to Bent Path. Then describes the character along that valley, talks about the visual watershed of Great Hill, which is perched up above the valley as forming a boundary. And it talks about how the boundaries were modified to follow the immediate visual envelope of the Esk Valley. It goes on to talk about the multi-ridge peaks of the southern uplands on either side of the Uise Valley, and then describes that valley itself in glacial terms, talks about its improved pastures, contained views, and its relationship at the confluence with the Esk Valley, the Uise and the Esk. the emphasis in this document, in my reading of it, is that it is the river valleys and the enclosing uplands that frame them that lie at the heart of this designation. I'm not suggesting that the boundary should be redrawn to exclude the broader uplands that lie behind, but it does help focus an assessment of the effect, and particularly the effect on the integrity, in my opinion, on the valleys within the heart of the RSA. And as I have previously said, my view is that the wind farm has been designed carefully with respect to those valleys, and whilst there are some significant effects, it does not go to the heart of this designation, in my professional opinion. Notwithstanding that, we have from NatureScot guidance in its CD 12.9 in Annex 1 of that document that accommodating wind turbines within local tier designations like the RSA can be a suitable objective for that type of local tier designation.
Thank you very much. 6th point, then, Mr. Welch, is in relation to the ZTVs. So there's evidence from both the Council and indeed I think that from Mr. Mundell, reference to the ZTVs that were included within the EIAR. Further ZTVs were produced in support of your inquiry report, and I want you just to explain, please, what the ZTVs in JW5 and JW6 show.
JW5 takes information from the EIAR, so there's nothing new in terms of the mapping, but into the computer model we have given woodland and forestry an assumed height of 15 metres, which I think is cautious. So that data set comes from Ordnance Survey. It's not something we've digitised, and it is simply to give an indication of the screening that occurs when you take woodland into account, and it requires to then be ground truthed on site. In JW5, what you also will see, though, is where ZTV lands on the top of forests, because it doesn't eliminate that. And what I've done in JW6 is to strip out all those forested areas to try and give, as realistic as possible, an impression of the screening that exists around the site. And I just thought I should explain that to you, ma'am, since it was questioned by Mr. Mundell. And they are indicative. All ZTVs are indicative, but it provides a helpful indication of the level of screening that you can see for yourself in the Ouse and Esk Valley in particular around the site, and it reduces the amount of ZTV shown on the roads in the areas, which is my evidence too.
Mr. Welsh, can I just clarify? So you suggest in JW6 that the woodland screening is permanent woodland that will remain, and the woodland areas removed is commercial forestry that will not be in place.
The data set does include both natural woodland and commercial woodland, but what JW5 shows is where the ZTV lands on the top of woodlands, and because you won't tend to see a wind farm when you're in a woodland, we've simply cut those areas out and excluded them to try and analyse further where actual visibility is likely to arise. And it is, I do stress, it is indicative, but it provides a calculated assessment of screening, and it will change over time as forestry is removed. Okay.
So, The overall point drawn from those new ZTVs, Mr. Welch, is what was the purpose of putting them in?
I wanted to try and illustrate to the inquiry how the screening that occurs in the Usewater and the Esk valleys is actually quite material in reducing the theoretical visibility of the wind farm.
Thank you. Just one sub-point in relation to the ZTVs. Ms McDermott, on behalf of Borders Council, I think it's paragraph 6.12 of her report. We don't need to look that up. The point is this, that the updated ZTV now suggests that larger areas of the borders, which includes parts of Hoyk and its surroundings, will have visibility of higher intensity lighting. So it's a related point. What's your response to that?
It's actually a fair observation by Miss McDermott, but there is a reason for it. And what she has queried is the difference in intensity shown between the SI figure and the EIAR figure, both numbered 6.9F. And she has identified...
Do we need to turn those up, Mr. Welch? It might be helpful.
It might be helpful.
So that is EIAR figure 6.9F, that's CD 2.150 as I've got it, and then CD 4.3, that's the SI figure 6.9F, is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. CD 4.3 and SI figure 6.9F.
Neither of these ZTVs shows you how many lights you may see from any location. It is purely to give an indication of the likely intensity of light that may be perceived at different locations because of the type of light technology that can be used. So just to explain, on these figures you have a legend on the right-hand side which gives various angles from the horizontal. And the reason for that is that there is a very specific requirement by the ICAO and CAA for light to be visible by aircraft between a particular particular vertical angles. And the light technology allows a horizontal beam of light to be projected from the light itself, which can be reduced below the horizontal and above the horizontal. And so what we've mapped here is based on one particular lamp that is available, and the reason that there is a difference between the two figures is that the first figure was produced in 2019 when the topic of aviation lighting was a relatively new one, and we were learning our way with it, I would say, whereas now following inquiries at Clashgar, Crystal Rig, Windy Standard 3, we've learnt quite a bit more about it, and the representation in the SI is, in my mind, a more accurate reflection of the intensity mapping because it prioritises the most intense, the highest intensity that may be seen at any given cell of the terrain model. It's a bit of a technical point.
I just was going to ask you about that. So does that mean then that the original ZTV was technically incorrect?
No, it does not.
All right. So you tell us that experience has changed. So can you just explain how that works, how the information is prioritised and how that's depicted?
Yes. In the original figure, the GIS software averaged out the light intensity seen from, in the case of Foreside, 45 lights at any given spot, and coloured the cell at an average intensity, whereas now in the SI we have picked the brightest intensity of any single light prioritise that. So neither is inaccurate, but I would say that what we're trying to do is reflect best practice and that is emerging best practice in the SI figure.
In terms of mapping a worst case scenario, which of the graphics would that be?
The SI figure.
Thank you for that final question then, in chief, Mr. Welch. A different matter that relates to residential amenity, or the visual component of residential amenity, and the points raised by Mr. Steele. So you received his recognition. I think you got that quite recently. Your response to that, please.
Yes, I received his recognition yesterday, albeit it was produced in advance of my inquiry report in May. I've read his recognition and I've read the assessment, the written representation assessment, which considers residential amenity at various properties and also the combined or clustered amenity of properties in Bentpath, Hughes and Langham. I'm satisfied, ma'am, that the RVAA contained in Appendix 2 of the EIAR is both accurate and in accordance with established best practice approach at the time the EIAR was written. There was overlap in that the new guidance from the Landscape Institute came out as the RVAA was being finalised. We were aware of what was in it from the draft, and we were completely confident that what we were assessing in the EIAR was a defensible and fair and reasonable way to proceed. I'm therefore happy to rely on the findings of Appendix 6.2 of the EIAR and the further assessment I carry out in my inquiry report.
I think just for the reference, that's your paragraph 13.4 through to 13.38, so 13.38 of your report. That's where you undertake a further analysis of the properties.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Welch. Those are the additional matters that I want to deal with in chief. Is there anything that you think I've missed and you want to deal with now?
No, thank you.
Then that is evidence in chief. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hardy. Thank you for keeping that reasonably brief. That was helpful. Now I'm going to ask if the parties on the other side would like to cross-examine the witness. Mr. Armstrong, do you want to go first?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Mr. Walsh, I'm going to try and concentrate on just some of the key areas of disagreement between you and the Council's landscape team. So I'm conscious that the detailed position of parties are obviously set out in the reports and precognitions, and that we've obviously got a limited amount of time allocated to this discussion, and it's not my intention to go over all the evidence Ms Anderson has set out in detail, her and the Council's position. But as I think I said to you before we started, I'll give you an indication of the documents that I intend to go through with you, and hopefully give an indication of where I'm going with the cross-examination, so you can work out how much longer you've got to go and where we're going to deal with each one of these topics. I was intending to then start with your involvement with the scheme and the input that Landscape and Visual Impacts had in the selection of the site, design and evolution. And you mentioned this morning chapters 2 and 3 of the EIA, and so I'd intend to start with looking at these two chapters, which are, just to get them handy, you've already referred to CD 213, which is chapter 2, and chapter 3, which is CD 229. So that's from the EIA section 2 and section 3, CD 213, and CD 229. And in that context, I'm going to consider the response from D and the Dumfries and Galloway Council and SNH as it was, and have a brief look at the scoping opinion and responses, which are CD 109, CD 19, and the Dumfries and Galloway Council Landscape Architects detailed response at CD 539. And again, I'm going to look at these in the context of the DGW LCS, which you've already referred to, which is CD 93. And in relation to your position at this inquiry, again, I'm going to attempt to take this relatively short because we do know your position and the Council's position, but I was going to look at it in the context of some of the arguments that you've advanced today that you also advanced in the North Lowther case, and that's CD at 1547. That's the report. CD 1547, which we referred to yesterday. I don't think you were present yesterday, but I'll be going through some of the paragraphs in that. So CD 1547. And one of the arguments which you've advanced in paper and you alluded to today is with reference to the 1998 study CD 12-1. That's the SNH, Assessment of Landscape Character Areas. And then, as you've already discussed with my learned friend this morning, we're going to go on to look at the regional scenic area evidence and the technical paper, which you've already looked at one page off, at CD 1214, but look at other aspects of that document. And also what's set out in the LVIA, which is Chapter 6, of the EIA report, which is CD 243, and that's really to see where the areas of disagreement are in relation to the effects, both in relation to the RSA and visual effects and landscape character effects. And in that context, you've referred to a couple of the JW figures that you've produced, but I'd also like to just go back and look at some of the other figures that you've produced dealing with landscape character, and if we could have figures 611, which is CD 2152, figure 610, which is CD 2151, and figure 6.8b, which is CD 2144. Now, I'm going to try and avoid going over looking at the viewpoints, because obviously we know your position, and the reporter will have has already done a site visit and looked at a number of these viewpoints. But and you've referred to some today, but we may go to viewpoints 1, 3, 6, and 7. And possibly 13, and I think they are CD 2, 184, 186, 187, and 191. And then we may also have a look at, in that context, Nature Scott's response, which is CD 535. And I'll try and generally stick to that order, but if we go off in a discussion, we might sort of move that around depending on how our discussion goes today. And I think it would be helpful to also have to hand, obviously, your report, which is AP P21, and the appendix, which is 2.2, and Carol Anderson's report, DGC 103. I'll try where possible not to sort of go into the details of the reports, but I think it's obviously helpful for all of us to have them to hand, and if you want to sort of double check what I'm saying is actually in the document I'm saying it, then it's handy that you've got these to hand. Okay, if you've got all of that, shall we just start with with what I suggested we'd start with your involvement with the scheme and the input that landscape and visual impacts had in the selection of the site, its design and evolution. And you raised a point today in relation to there not being a design and access statement, and that was obviously something that Nature Scotland, or SNH as they then were, strongly recommended because, you know, as we'll see from their response, they had considerable concerns about, both in their scoping opinion and in their consultation response, that they had considerable concerns about the impact that this development may have on the landscape. And they strongly recommended that there should be a design and access statement to sort of focus these issues as early as possible in the evolution of the scheme. Now this morning, I think in response to my London friend, you mentioned Chapter 2 and Chapter 3. I had assumed it was just Chapter 3, but you mentioned Section 2 as well. And obviously you mentioned Section 6, but obviously Section 6 would be, in one sense, a sort of retrofit, would it not? Because that was done after you had the scheme in position, and it was looking at what the likely effects would be. Is that correct?
Yes, the reference to Chapter 6 is in relation to mitigation.
I thought so, yeah. I appreciate that. And we will come on and look at Chapter 6 in that context. But in relation to Chapter 2, or as was give it a formal title, Section 2, and you mentioned that this morning, and once you mentioned it, I was having a quick look through Section 2 just to be clear on what sections or what parts of that serve as a design and access statement. Now, so far, I appreciate, I was also obviously listening to your evidence this morning, but so far I could only find one paragraph, and that was paragraph 2.5.3, which sets out that further details of the constraints that inform the wind farm layout can be found in Section 3, Site Selection, Design and Evolution, within this EIAR. The layout is designed to appear sensitive and rhythmic to the shape of the existing landscape. Now, I won't delve into what rhythmic means in that context, but is that the only section, or are there other sections that serve as being a de facto design and access statement that shows that design and access were taken into account, and what indeed were the aims in relation to design and access in that Section 2? Where else should we go?
In Section 2, I would expect to see Section 2.4, site location and description, presented in a design and access statement. And I would expect the whole of Section 2.5, site layout, to be presented in a design and access statement. That provides context to the design process, which is then set out in detail in Chapter 3 or Section 3.
Thanks. So can I take it from that response that Section 2 doesn't actually deal with the details of what were the driving forces in relation to design and access, but Section 2.4 and 2.5 would appear in a design and access statement to set out the context of what the proposal, what is being proposed?
That's fair, but it does also tell us, for example, in 2.5.2, what various factors were considered in the design of the layout, including landscape and visual impacts from key viewpoints in the local area.
So we have the 4 bullet points then at 2.5.2 and the reference to at 2.5.3 to the next chapter, really, which is dealing with the meat in relation to what should be in a design and access statement. And the rest is really just setting out the location, the description, and the ultimate layout.
All of which I would expect to find in a design and access statement, yes.
let's then turn to Chapter 3 then on that basis. And can I just be clear, first of all, in relation to your involvement and your organisation, Open, were you involved in preparing this chapter or not? I think you were first instructed in 2018, you set out in your report, and you were engaged to prepare the LVIA. But I assume you obviously had an opportunity to have some involvement in this chapter. Could you perhaps just explain that?
We did not write Section 3 of the EIAR. That was produced by the EIAR coordinator, but we reviewed it and we were an active participant in the design iteration stages, providing landscape and visual input alongside all the other topics that fed into the layout. It was a very conventional design process from that point of view.
That's helpful to confirm that. So you did not write it, but you've obviously reviewed it, you've seen the background papers, and you're comfortable to talk about the section. Yeah. And when you said that you were involved in the various stages, but I suppose that's in the context of your first instruction being in 2018, and by that stage, or had you been involved in this prior to your first instruction in 2018?
No.
So the site selection, design and evolution that we can see in this section and how the design involved, it's got to be seen in the context of your first involvement. What at the time of the scoping report, we can see how, for example, the evolution of the wind farm layout evolved from table 3.3 on page 3. That there's obviously the pre-scoping report, which had number of turbines 62, and then we moved to the scoping report 2018, and the number of turbines 49, and we can see where their positions were. And then in December 2018, we've got the changes, but the number staying at 49, and then we can see how it evolved to the final position in 45 in the final layout. At what stage, just as to put in context your involvement and Open's involvement, did you become involved having regard to that table 3.3?
Open produced the landscape and visual chapter of the scoping report in 2018. I cannot say with certainty that we had any input to the pre-scoping report in 2017. I would need to check that.
Well, my recollection is I read in one of the reports that your first involvement was sometime in 2018. I think it was possibly mid-2018. But so you were certainly involved in the B stage, but before that you weren't. You don't think you were involved, and certainly that wouldn't be consistent with what you say. I think in your report that you were first involved in some stage in 2018. So that wouldn't imply you were involved in the pre-scoping report of 2017, would it?
I cannot recall, and I'm happy to take your word for it that I said 2018 in my report, which I would have verified by reference to emails.
I'm happy for that to be confirmed later on, and it was just my recollection that it was a 2018 figure, but I'm happy if that can be confirmed at some stage. But certainly, as far as the initial site selection is concerned, and I appreciate it's been a long process, and we can see from paragraph 3.2.4 that the search began in 2001, but it seems to have been more focused from 2015, 2016 onward. You weren't giving advice in relation to the appropriateness of the site in comparison to other sites, or the design or the evolution of the design and evolution at that stage, when we see the initial site selection criteria in section 3.2, and then we have the site selection evaluation in 3.4.
No, we were not involved in that initial site search that all developers undertake.
Who were the landscape consultants that were involved at that stage?
I'm not aware if there were, or whether it was a more of a technical evaluation and a planning evaluation, but we were not involved in that from 2001.
But you will have no doubt seen the background papers in relation to the selection of the criteria assessment and the evolution before you were involved.
Insofar as it's documented in this chapter and also in the planning statement, I'm aware of that, and I have also spoken with my client about their site search program. They've carried out an exhaustive site search program across Scotland, which is evident in the numbers of projects that are identified in the planning statement that they're involved with.
Well, we can see what that in that section 3.2 that there was, and hopefully we'll take this relatively short because it doesn't sound as though you're going to add anything to what we can read here. But we can see in section 3.2 that there was at 3.2.5 what the initial resources that were considered. And then we can see at 3.26 that following that there were a large number of sites throughout Scotland that were considered suitable for further investigation. And then we go on to the next section, and I'm more interested in that, the selection criteria that resulted in the selection of this site. And we can see at 3.2.8 that the selection criteria was as follows, and there's a number of bullet points set out there. And then there is the site selection evaluation in relation to this site, which is set out at 3.4. And from that, we can see the extent that landscape and visual matters were considered at that stage, can we?
Landscape and visual matters were considered in the initial screening or site selection stage, but it would be perfectly normal in that exercise to simply identify where the sort of SPP Table 1 restricted sites lay. You would undertake a mapping exercise. You wouldn't carry out at that initial stage detailed viewpoint evaluation of a site. That comes later. So what it tells us at 328 is that landscape and visual impacts, including national landscape designations, were considered. And that would be perfectly normal to do a GIS-based mapping sifting exercise.
Yeah, but haven't we moved on from that sort of initial assessment where we can see in the initial assessment they obviously considered the SPP and the relevant paragraphs of that. And there's then a more detailed assessment which we can see which is the next stage, where there was consideration of potential landscape and visual impacts, including national landscape designations. And it's that evaluation that's then set out in the site selection evaluation that led to the selection of this site. And we can see that at table 3.2. So there was, as you pointed out, the sort of initial looking at, as you would expect, for any development of this type, looking at the development plan, looking at the SPP, looking at the relevant passages of that, but then going on to more detailed site selection, which is set out in 3.4. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And table 3.2 helpfully tells us what the outcome of that initial sifting exercise was. And it took account of things like the RSA as well as national designated landscapes.
Well, I suppose for landscape and visual purposes, the two key points in Table 3.2 that are set out are numbers 8 and 12. That we can see there planning policies at national, regional and local level. National, regional and local policies positively provide for renewable energy development. Well, I suppose on that point it would be hard pushed to find any development plan that was negative about renewable energy development. Would that not be correct? And then, so we've got a good there, but there's no indication that there was any assessment or any consideration of the DGWLCS, is there?
I would have thought that that would properly come under a local policy, given that both capacity studies are tied back to local plan policy. And this point is also brought up in the planning statement, which actually mentions the capacity study as being something that's considered.
Well, is there any indication there that the DGWLCS was considered? It just says local policy positively provides for renewable energy development.
The only inference I can take from that is that if it was considered, it would have been considered under local policy.
You can't advance any further information on that.
I was not involved in that exercise at that stage. I would say that Table 3 also in line 11 does mention national designated areas, which also would be of consideration in landscape and visual terms.
But we are told at 12 that certainly regional scenic areas, and these are obviously these are the issues that are considered important in selection. We are told regional scenic areas. Part of the site is located partly within the Langham Hills regional scenic area, and the acceptability of that is we've got moderate there, but that's got to be seen in the context of the vast majority of wind turbines are in the RSA, and indeed the majority of the site is in the RSA.
It is, and it's been acknowledged at an early stage that is clearly a factor that must be weighed in the balance, and clearly was identified as such by the developer at that early stage.
But we're then told that the following paragraphs provide, at 3.4.3, that the following paragraphs provide further details relating to the key components of the development. And as far as national, regional and local planning policy is concerned, there's a section set out at 3.4.9 through to 3.4.13. And again, the only point we hear about the regional scenic area is in that last paragraph. The site itself is not covered by any international or national protected landscape designation. It does, however, partly lie within a regional scenic area. And there's no additional or further assessment in relation to that, is there?
Not in those paragraphs, no.
But we are told, skipping through this and hopefully taking it reasonably short because we can all read the intervening paragraphs, that for all these reasons, CWL believes that the final scheme is appropriate, well-designed scheme located in an established and accepted wind farm landscape.
I can only interpret from that they are referring more strategically to the southern uplands as an area of landscape that has demonstrable capability to accommodate wind farms.
Yes, because of any way of looking at it, you could not call a regional scenic area an established and accepted wind farm landscape, could you, having regard to the landscape advice that we're going to go on and have a look at and the assessments in the DGWLCS and the technical paper?
I would say the presence of one operational wind farm in the RSA at Craig does not turn it into a wind farm landscape, no.
Well, the question was that the RSA designation you could not describe that, looking at it from a landscape viewpoint, is as a location in an established and accepted wind farm landscape, could you?
I don't know what they meant by a wind farm landscape, but in terms of my definition of a wind farm landscape, I would not describe the RSA as one.
As far as the site evolution is concerned, and I appreciate again that you were not involved in that, and we don't know what landscape impact, landscape input there was. We can see at paragraph 3.6.2 in relation to design. During the iterative design process, the following was undertaken, and we can see in bullet point 8, layout and design has been discussed during the scoping process with external consultants and key statutory consultees, including SNH and Dumfries and Galloway Council. And again, reading on in relation to the consultations, we can see at 3.6.7 that it's concluded that the key issues raised by DGC related primarily to cumulative landscape and visual impacts. And DGC expressed concerns relating to the overall size of the proposed turbines at the scoping stage of the development, and that may potentially cause scale disparity between existing and consented wind farms. And we can also see at 3.6.10 that SNH expressed concerns over landscape and visual issues, and whether large turbines can be integrated into the existing landscape. Well, I'm not wanting to take up too much time on this, but that isn't what was set out in the scoping response, certainly as far as DGW, certainly as far as the Dumfries and Galloway is concerned in relation to their landscape response. And it's a very much a sort of sanitised summary of what was set out by SNH. I take it you are familiar with the scoping opinion response from the Dumfries and Galloway and from SNH, and indeed from thereafter the detailed consultation response from the Dumfries and Galloway landscape architect in CD 539.
Yes, I have read those documents, and what is captured in this section under consultation is a very broad summary of discussions that inputted to the design stage.
Well, let's hopefully just take this reasonably short, though, but to see the extent that it would have this section, and indeed the evolution and design, took account of what was set out by Dumfries and Galloway Council and by SNH, by first of all looking at the scoping responses, then looking at, which is CD 109, and then looking at CD 539, the more detailed consultation response from the Council's landscape architect, and then putting this in the context of the DGWLCS and the advice that was set out in that, and then going on to look at and turn the RSA and see if we can realistically come back to and consider again that conclusion at 3.8.3 that this scheme, it's located in an established and accepted wind farm landscape. So let's start with CD.
Mr. Armstrong, sorry to interrupt you. I'm just wondering if it might be worth just having a little break just at this point, just where you've stopped there. Would that be feasible? We've been going for an hour and 3/4 or something now, so it might be just worth just having a little comfort break if that's okay. And we'll be back in, my time is 11:10. If we can just make it 20 past, 10 minutes. Mr. Welsh, if you remain seated. Thank you. Okay, welcome back everybody after the break. Mr. Armstrong, do you want to continue?
I'm lunch, ma'am. Yeah, we were just going to turn to CD 109 and the Council's response to start off with, which, first of all, we've got the letter from the Scottish Government at the start of that document, and then about 4 pages in, we've got Annex A, consultations, and the first one is Dumfries and Galloway Council. But I suppose we can see from the Scottish Government letter that they identify that Dumfries and Galloway Council have set out a very detailed response. And I'll just concentrate, obviously, on the landscape matters here, which are set out in section 6.6 of that document. And there is reference to the DGWLCS there, and then there is a detailed analysis of the key passages in the DGWLCS, starting with the host landscape North Langham Hill unit of the Southern Uplands LCT 19 at 6.64, and then there's the various quotes in relation to a summary of the sensitivity, and we will come on to look at that, the document, the DGWLS, in greater detail, and your comments, particularly the ones that you've set out this morning about that. But just now I'm still looking at the sort of evolution and selection and evaluation and design considerations, because we can see there that there's a detailed assessment of the key passages and identification of the key constraints in relation to this proposal. First of all, in relation to LCT 19, then in relation to the LCT 19A, and then the other LCT units that will be affected.
Yep, I'm not surprised that was included in a scoping response.
And we can see from that there's an identification during that, when thereafter in the assessment in relation to the landscape context and value at 6.9, setting out the concerns that Dumfries and Galloway Council had in relation to the location of the site, and also its location of part of the site in the RSA. And that's all set out in this response. And an assessment in relation to what other matters should be considered in relation to the RSA, in relation to viewpoints, and discussions in relation to design issues, design objectives, and 613, 614. And there is, except a little bit on cumulative landscape, but it could not be said that the key issues raised by DGC related primarily to cumulative landscape issues and visual impacts, could it?
No, I think that's an overly brief summary of what's contained in this detailed scoping response, which I think was very much more directed towards the landscape and visual impact assessment and what it should include, what it should consider.
And clearly, if, as we can see from what's set out, and I appreciate you were not involved in this, but we can see what's set out in 3.6.2, that the evolution of this scheme up to the stage and the selection of the site and the design of the scheme is inputted in relation to the responses from SNH and from D and G and their scoping responses. But from that 3.6.7, that could not be said to be, as you've just conceded, an accurate summary of this response, or indeed it completely ignores 95% of the detailed comments that the Council set out, does it not?
Just for the avoidance of doubt, we were involved, if you like, from section 3.6 onwards. So Open was involved in the site evolution stage. I just want to be clear about that. The heading above 3.6 7 is consultation, and it says in the opening paragraph, a number of consultees expressed interest in commenting on the layout design of the scheme. So I take it that expression in 367 is in relation, has been picked out from this scoping response in relation to design. I don't think this is seeking to say all of the issues raised by D&GC are highlighted here. It says in the 364 that it's related to the layout design.
Now, just on whether your involvement or not at this stage, I think you're going to clarify that, but I think certainly you thought that the pre-scoping report 2017 you weren't involved, and if your involvement is 2018, then I don't think you would have been involved in this stage.
We're certainly involved in the stage described under 3.6 during the design process, the preparation of the EIAR and the consultation period with consultees and local communities. That we were involved in that and the iterative design process.
So were you involved in the suggestion of there being 62 turbines here?
I think that was the developer's original evaluation of the site from a technical standpoint. It then was brought to an EIAR team to go through the normal design review process.
And if the 3.6.7 is just dealing with the consultation response, then of course we'll come on to that in a moment. With CD 539, obviously, and see how that fits into that summary. But as far as the scoping, and we're still doing the evolution stage, we can see from the scoping response what the council set out in relation to design issues and design objectives and key design viewpoints at 613 and 614. And they also supported a design statement being prepared as SNH requested, do they not?
They do.
And indeed, they give some assistance as to suggest what should go into that design objectives, including avoiding avoiding impacts on the Eskdale Valley and the Hughes Valley, and avoiding impacts and protecting the RSA. And we can see that from section 614. And 615 deals with layout, and again, the advice set out there, we can see.
Yes, and I would say all of that fed into the design process that was then undertaken, and we have sought to reduce effects on those sensitive receptors.
It sets out in wind farm layout that the more sensitive open uplands and upland glen landscapes should be entirely avoided, and sufficiently set back of the turbines made such that the scale issues are avoided. This would mean a radical reduction in the wind farm footprint, potentially by at least a half.
And I would say that guidance is not, I don't think, is borne out by the years of development that we have seen occurring in open uplands across not only the southern uplands but other parts of Scotland. I mean, open upland is precisely the location that you want for wind energy development.
Well, we'll come on and look at that and the advice on that, and that view of yours in context and in due course. I'm still dealing with the evolution here. And for completeness, if we turn on to the SNH response, which is at the end of this document, unfortunately, the pages are not numbered, but in my copy, I think it is the last response. It's the 5th February 2018, where they voice their concerns at this stage of still the evolution of the development. Is in the scoping report is likely to result in a wide range of significant and adverse landscape and visual impacts. In our view, the extent of these effects could result in significant adverse impacts on the regional distinctiveness of the area, and we may object to the proposal. and then it sets out their key points, and again they identify that it is essential that there should be, or they highly recommend that there should be a design statement as provided if you're going to have this type of development in this type of sensitive location. Is that not a fair summary of what they set out?
That's certainly what Nature Scott said at the time.
And again, that is not fed through to the chapter, what we read in chapter 3, is it?
No, it was the applicant's prerogative to include design as a chapter in the EIAR, as opposed to writing a standalone design and access statement, which we know very well they did not.
And as for the sections of Section 3 that really serve, as you were saying earlier today, as a design and access statement which set out the sort of core principles, discuss addressing the issues that SNH and Dumfries and Galloway have identified in their scoping opinions, where exactly is that detailedly assessed and discussed in Chapter 3, Section 3?
It fed into all of the consultation, the advice that the consultants who were party to the design process input to the layout design. It's not documented in detail in Section 3.
So it's not in Section 3, although I understood that this morning when you said that you were, in response to a question by my learned friend, that you said that really what you'd expect to see in a design and access statement is contained primarily in Sections 2 and Section 3. We can see Section 2 refers to Section 3. We then go to Section 3, and we don't have that, do we?
Section 3 tells us how the site was chosen and how the layout was evolved with reference to a wide range of inputs from the consultant team. And I think that, aside from you're critical of the lack of specific reference to the scoping inputs, although albeit there are paragraphs that refer to comments from SNH, DGC, and SPC. What your criticism that it's not specifically spelt out in here is, I would say, is an omission, but it was not an omission from the process that was undertaken by the design team and the applicant. Paragraph 3.6.23 says comments received from DGC at scoping were considered and resulted in a number of changes.
But I suppose the point, though, coming back to the design and access statements in general, is that they would take on board normally the points raised by the local authorities, SNH, consider them, analyse them, explain how they fed into the design and of the development, and indeed why this site was chosen. But as far as Chapter 3 is concerned, we don't see that here, do we?
It doesn't present the whole process of how the consultation was responded to, but it does say that it was considered, and I know it was considered, and it resulted in changes to the site design. So if there is an omission, it is that it didn't record in chapter and verse how each of these comments was taken on board and influenced the design process.
Well, moving on to page 8 of Section 3, and certainly the period that you were involved with, you've been involved in relation, certainly since the final turbine layout, Section D and C, following the scoping response, and possibly the B period. Is that correct?
B period was scoping report, which Open wrote in terms of the landscape and visual chapter.
And we can see then from the when we go on to 3.7, the final turbine and infrastructure location, that following consultation during the scoping process, the applicant has endeavoured to address the majority of the landscape and visual concerns, and there's reference to the councils and the SNH scoping stage, and you referred to the consultation process. I did say I'd refer you to, and we'd go to have a quick look at that, CD 539 and Dr. Swale's detailed consultation response. And let's have a look at the extent that that was taken on board in relation to this evolution and development. Again, if once you've got CD 539 to hand, on my copy it's every second page that's numbered, but just dealing with, first of all, the DGWLCS point, it's page 39 onwards that Dr. Swales addresses this. Is that correct?
I've got it on digital page 38, but
And it's,
we're all different.
I think there is a page out on it, but at the bottom of the each second page, I think there is a numbered page, yep, which is one sync out, if I remember rightly. You're right with the actual pages, just confusing. But it's paragraph 4.2 onwards, and the next 5 or 6 pages that deal in detail with setting out an assessment of the proposal with the DGWLCS, and there's a detailed analysis there of the at 4.2.3 over the page, the North Langham Hills unit of the rugged southern uplands, and the advice, and again all the key points are set out there. There's an assessment in relation to the 19A, the other host landscape, and then the effects on the other areas, LCT4 and LC10. And you'd agree that there's a detailed analysis there, which ties in turn with the recommendation at the front of this document for the grounds of recommending refusal in relation to the effects on the landscape, which we can find at paragraphs 1.4.2 through to 1.4.6. And again, in the documentation, you couldn't come back to when you suggested that paragraph 3.6.7 was perhaps dealing with the consultation response. And no stretch of the imagination could you conclude that the main issue here was in relation to cumulative landscape and visual impacts. There is a very detailed analysis of matters. And the cumulative impacts are not one of the major issues that are identified in this.
No, I would accept that cumulative issues are not one of the principal matters raised in relation to landscape and visual effects. I do think that paragraph 3.6.7 in chapter 3 is referring to comments on in relation to the layout design. But I accept that the council's objection in landscape visual terms relates to a range of other factors.
we could also go to the layout and design as well, and again, that's not focused. Dr. Swale's analysis is not focused on cumulative impacts. It's focused on the impacts in relation to landscape character, visual effects, and the effects on the RSA, is it not?
Yes, that's correct.
So, on any way of looking at it, that paragraph 3.6.7 is misleading.
I imagine it's not intending to be misleading. I suspect it has picked up a point from a consultation response related to design. And at that stage, we're obviously we're now looking at a post-application consultation response. This was pre-application stage. It simply tells us a number of consultees expressed interest, and somehow it has recorded cumulative landscape and visual at that stage as being a concern. I haven't suggested anywhere in my evidence that that's the principal plank of the Council's objection.
Right. Can we then sort of go on to look at another aspect of your evidence and tying in with the DGW LCS and your position on that document and position on the guidance in that? And I think we're all familiar with the key passages in that. I've just been looking at two documents, the CD 539 response, which details the key passages in this document, and also the earlier scoping response, both from SNH and Dumfries and Galloway, which detail all the key points. And I'm sure we're all familiar with the relevant pages. But as far as and if I can try and sort of summarise one of your arguments in relation to particularly the host unit in the rugged southern uplands area 19, and it might be handy just to have this to hand, have the DGW LCS to hand. It's CD 9.3, and in relation to the rugged southern uplands, it starts the passage that we're dealing with at page 339. And if we have that ready on standby, as it were, and I suppose the key passages there are the identification of its sensitivity. On that first page, 339, the regional scenic area covers much of this character type. We can see at the bottom of that first paragraph. And over the page, the key constraints. And it's in relation to that first one that I'll be coming back to, but there's a number of key constraints. Most of them are relevant to this proposal. But one of them, an often dramatic landform where high and shapely peaks, steep scarp slopes, crags, and deeply incised valleys are interspersed with smoother rolling uplands, plateaus. Now, my understanding of one of your arguments that you're advancing at this inquiry, and that you spoke to this morning, is that you place reliance on the Landscape Scotland maps and the assessments of that, and the similarities between the southern uplands with the southern uplands with forestry. So, summarising it very briefly. Yes?
The point I make is that there is a high degree of consistency in the underlying topography between the two. The difference is that one has commercial plantation across it.
And this isn't the first inquiry that you've run that argument at, is it?
If I felt the point was relevant elsewhere, I would also have made that point. I mean, one of the reasons I produced JW1 was to underpin this point. You look at JW1, there's very little difference in the underlying landform, and indeed, I'll find it for you, but Ms. Anderson has accepted that the underlying landform runs through the two. The difference, in my view, is the presence of blanket plantation.
Well, Can you have before you CD 1547, which is the North Lowther decision, the North Lowther report? I think it's dated the 21st of October 2020, and you were involved in that application, and I think you gave the landscape evidence for the applicant in that case. Is that correct?
Partly. There were two landscape architects who gave evidence for the applicant in that case, Mark van Grieken and myself, and we covered different topics.
And just to be clear, what was the topics that the main area of topics you covered? You covered the effect on landscape character, did you not?
He covered off landscape and visual effects because he'd written the LVIA. I covered off the more strategic landscape planning contextual issues, and particularly Nature Scott's reference to the distinctiveness of the landscape. Beg your pardon, but what was the CD number, please?
Sorry, it's CD 15.47.
47, thank you.
CD 1547. And it is one area that certainly the reporter concludes that it was your evidence on. If we turn to paragraphs starting at paragraph 3.193 through to 3.195, it's the section where the reporter is setting out, I think the reporters, reporter is setting out conclusions in relation to the evidence on the landscape capacity, the Dumfries and Galloway capacity study, the DGWLCS, and is dealing with your evidence on that, and you're specifically referred to in that section. So I think that is your evidence.
Happy to accept that.
And again, trying to take this short, because we can all go away and read this in the fullness of time, but paragraphs 3.1.93 deals with starts off with sort of summarising the key points in relation to the character type map for the southern uplands, and then at 3.195 there is a discussion about your evidence, and in short, you were advancing a sort of similar argument as you were advancing here, and the conclusion, the reporter rejected that argument at paragraph 3.195. I'll give you time to read that passage, but I'll read out the critical bit. However, I disagree with Mr. Welsh's findings that the massive scale and simple upland form of the Lowther Hills has inherent capacity to accommodate the scale of proposed development. As resolved in cross-examination, his critique missed the impact of narrow valleys which cut into the rugged southern uplands and the positioning of turbines in relation to these, failed to fully consider the relationship with Nisdale, and overstated the extent of forestry and its importance to the site. Therefore, I consider that there is limited justification to disregard the conclusions of the DGWLCS or lessen the sensitivity for the rugged southern uplands or Upperdale landscape character. The content of the DGWLCS stands in relation to the application site. And then the overall conclusions, where obviously the reporter treats the DGWLCS and the guidance and advice in that as clearly important, and indeed one of the main reasons for refusing the recommending a refusal of the application. So, in short, and I know it is only summarised there, but the argument that you advanced or advancing here about the similarities was rejected, and the reporter preferred the DGWLCS assessment and analysis. Is that correct?
It is correct in that case. However, the narrow valleys referred to are very different characteristics to anything like the Esk or Hughes Valley that we have in this specific location. I don't agree with the reporter's assessment of that, as you perhaps expect me to say, and the decision is subject to a live challenge. So I guess it remains to be seen what will come of that. But I just don't agree with the reporter's assessment in that case. And we are dealing with very different types of valleys. In the North Lowther case, it's the Dalveen Pass and Croikwater Gorge, which are very different in character.
I'm not suggesting for a moment that we just take the analysis in relation to the particulars of that, but it's the point of that case and then take them across here. But it was your argument about the similarities between LCT 19 and 19A that was which was one of the main arguments that was advanced of not following the DGWLCS. Was rejected in that case. We can all see for ourselves. I think the grounds of appeal are lodged, if I remember rightly, in relation to the grounds for challenge to that decision. But can I perhaps look at that in the context of your evidence at this inquiry, though, which strikes me as almost the same point, almost the same issue, and almost the same reliance. On various documents. And you refer to CD 12.1, and if we have that to hand, the Dumfries and Galloway Landscape Assessment, the 1998 document, which sets out and looks at the various types, the UCT types. And you say that the only real difference between 19 and 19A is in relation to the forestry on them, and otherwise they're the same. And you refer to one passage in the DGWLCS in relation to which you say supports that analysis. And you refer to this document and say that this document supports your case. But if we turn to the relevant pages. It's 12 CD 12.1. That's the 1998 SNH.
Thank you, I have that.
Yeah, and the two relevant, as they were relevant for the that discussion in North Lowther and today on this point. Are the southern uplands type and the southern uplands with forestry, and we can find them, can't we, at page 174, the southern uplands type to start off with. It's towards the end of the document. And we've got the explanation about the landscape character, the southern uplands type, and over the page we've got the key characteristics, and the second key characteristic is open and exposed character, except within incised valleys, on page 175. And then if we jump on to the southern upland types with forest at page 178, and we can see, and this is accepting your first point in relation to topography to an extent, that at 178 we can see that in topographic respects, the southern uplands with forest landscape type is the same as the southern upland type Its character is, however, considerably different due to the dominant forestry land cover. So there's, first of all, a recognition there, as there is in the DGWLCS as well, that the topography is the same, but the character is considerably different due to the dominant forestry land cover. Yeah, and I think we're probably both agreed on that.
Which I think is almost precisely what I said 10 minutes ago. Yeah.
When we turn over to the next page with the key characteristics, and we can see that they're set out there, and this was the point that the reporter took on board in paragraph 3.195. In the key characteristics, there is no reference there of the incised valleys that are referred to in relation to type 19, is there?
No, it is not specifically mentioned there, but need to remember that this is also dealing with 4 geographically disparate areas, so it's perhaps slightly less nuanced. It's not mentioned.
And that was the point that the reporter took on board in relation to the findings at 3.195, which are summarised in North Lowther, to disagree with you in this analysis.
Yes, the reporter disagreed with me with my analysis at North Lowther. I would also point out that that is a case where SNH, in considering all of the information, decided to object, whereas another difference with this project is that they've not determined to object here, even though we're dealing with, as you've pointed out, similar landscape character types.
Well, I'm going to come on to, don't worry, SNH's position or Nature Scott's position and their view on these matters, and indeed I'm going to we'll deal with that in due course. But just for completeness, because I think you introduced another slight argument there about well, these are the broader UCT areas. But of course, again, and that was why I took you first of all to page 340, because in relation to this particular, or the similar units that are considered and analysed on page 339 of the DGWLCS, we can see that at 340, as I took you to at the start of this discussion, that the deeply incised valleys and interspersed with smoother rolling upland plateaus and the dramatic landforms is identified as a key constraint here.
Yes, I appreciate that's what it says.
Yeah. And if we then go on to the relevant 19A units, we can see that they are far more, the deeply incised valleys are occasional and come far further down the list of constraints, which again ties in very much with what's set out in CD 12.1 and what's set out in the reporter's conclusions, does it not?
I'm sorry, there's about lots of different points raised there. I'm just trying to, I'd like to just go back to where you picked up that the southern uplands with Forest A referred to incised valleys.
Well, what I'm saying is that it's identified on page 340 in relation to the uplands,
yes,
as often dramatic landform, whilst if we go on to, and I'm sure we've all read this before and considered it, on pages 348 and 349, it's identified as an occasional in the key constraints.
Yes, and that's why you need to take a document like this and then carry out a site-specific assessment. And I would simply refer the reporter back to my figure JW1 to see whether the parts of 19A that we have turbines on reflect the landform of 19, and both have deeply incised valleys. So there is a high degree of consistency, in my view, in this location on a site-specific basis.
Well, we'll come on to the impacts in due course, but I'm dealing with each one of your specific arguments, and I'm dealing firstly with this argument that was rejected by the reporter at the North Lowther decision, and we're going through the reasons why and showing that they are just as relevant in relation to looking at the DGWLCS and looking at CD 12.1 for this site. Your argument with respect falls down, does it not, when actually analysed against the guidance?
I don't accept that the two sites are identical, and therefore it's not appropriate to just transfer the evidence from one decision to a completely different location, which has got different characteristics. So I don't accept that point that it's because the argument fell at North Lowther, it must fall here.
Well, with respect, I've said I'm not transferring the specific arguments. I'm transferring the principle, which still applies. Your point, and your point that you've made and you made this morning, that there is the differences between 19 and 19A, and the basis for that point was rejected by the reporter in North Lowther, and I'm going through the similar evidence in relation to this case, looking at the DGWLCS and the relevant sections of that for this unit, and the same point applies here, and the same general principle point applies here as it does in relation to your argument that you advanced in North Lowther, does it not?
No, because they're different locations. We're dealing with different pieces of landscape and different proposals.
Well, would you agree, Mr. Welsh, that as far as your point about LCT 19 and there being no difference between 19 and 19A apart from forestry, you advance that argument at this inquiry in your report?
I don't say there is the only difference. I said the principal difference between the two is that one is covered in forestry. No two pieces of landscape are identical, but there is a high degree of consistency in the underlying landform.
Well, we can read your evidence on that, but would you agree that, of course, that the forestry does, to an extent, mask the character of the topography underneath it, or that it's planted on?
Yes, it can have a sort of a unifying, bring a unifying appearance to it.
And that is one of the reasons why SNH, in their assessment in 1998, the DGWLCS, set out that the characters are very different, or can be very different, between 19 and 19A.
I would accept that to an extent. Again, one of the site-specific matters we're dealing with 19 in this case is that large parts of it have been afforested in the last couple of years. So it's a changing piece of landscape as well.
Well, if we could, on that basis, then move on to another point that that you advance, and in one sense, it seems to be directly against the argument you advance in relation to 19A and 19, because you then turn to the Landscape Scotland map and look for support in relation to the analysis in that, as opposed to looking to the DGWLCS and the more detailed analysis. Is that a correct summary of what you're setting out?
Not quite. I don't look to it for support. I looked to the map to see what it said about this site, so I could understand the context, and because that map underpinned Nature Scott's objection to North Lowther. So it was relevant that I had a look at it in this case to see what it had to say. It's a very strategic, broad brush information resource.
Thank you. And we can see that from the background and summary method statement, CD 1206. We don't necessarily need to go to that, where it explains that these maps are intended to complement the existing more detailed landscape character assessment analysis that we've just been looking at, which is in CD 12.1 and indeed in the DGWLCS.
Yes, it's another raft of contextual information to the more detailed characterisation that Nature Scott has undertaken.
And again, that was the conclusion of the reporter in the North Lowther case as well, where SNH were using that map to address their argument in relation to regional significance, and the reporter puts it into the context of it as part of it. It's a layer above the landscape character assessments and the document 12.1, etc.
That is correct, and we did see in the scoping response from Nature Scott an hour ago that they flagged this as a potential concern that they had right at the outset, that they might bring forward an objection based on distinctiveness. So that was another good reason for me to consider what the map had to say.
As I say, we'll come on to look at the SNH's concerns in due course, but can we look at one further argument that was rejected by the reporter in the North Lowther case, which you were advancing at this inquiry, and that's in relation to the analysis in relation to the RSA and your assessment on that. And again, I think this was an area of the evidence in North Lowther that you were giving the evidence for the applicant. And if we turn to 3.228 to 3.230, I hope these matters are dealt with there. I'll wait till you get to these pages, but again, if you're there. But in summary of the evidence and that, the reporter goes to and ultimately places reliance on what's set out in the technical paper, and which we're going to come on to in a moment, and looks at the significant effects on looks at the effects on the special qualities. And the argument that you set out, which is summarised at 3.230, in relation to the integrity of the whole RSA, well, ultimately, whilst the reporter agrees that it doesn't compromise the integrity of the whole regional scenic area, the reporter goes on to apply and consider the test that is set out in the local development plan, and concludes that there will be significant effects on the northwestern part of in that case, the RSA, and it would not respect the special qualities of the area. Yeah.
That is what the reporter in that case found, yes.
Yes, and that fed onto the ultimate conclusions, and I think it's 616, where that clearly was a major concern for the reporter and a major reason for the reporter recommending that the application shouldn't be granted, that there was a portion of the RSA that would be affected, and that it would affect there'd be an effect on the special qualities. That was the test that the reporter used.
I haven't read that. I don't recall. I'd have to go there and read it now.
Well, we can see we can see that set out in 3.230 in the passage that I just referred you to, that she agrees with you, it doesn't affect the... He agrees with you, sorry, that it doesn't affect the integrity of the regional scenic area, but that it does affect the special qualities. And then that is a factor that figures into the overall conclusion, which is at page 616, in relation to it affecting the special qualities and being contrary to policy NE2.
Yes, you'd said it was a major factor, and
Yeah.
I was looking for that.
Well, we can see in the analysis of it.
It was a factor in the reporter's conclusions in that case.
Yeah.
Agree.
Okay.
I agree with that. But it was a different RSA in a different location with a different development proposal.
But it's the question of the test that's being applied there, and again, that is not the test that you look at and you consider either in your evidence or in the LVIA, is it?
The LVIA doesn't normally get into the realms of carrying out, considering tests as such. That's a policy consideration.
But you do not, well, taking this short perhaps, that as far as the landscape evidence is concerned, you do not consider... Oh, well, let's. I don't want to put words into your mouth. Let's first of all look at what the LVIA says, and I suppose we can sort of scoop into this what the analysis in relation to landscape character is as well, because we'll discuss what other flaws they are in the LVIA whilst we're doing this and the analysis in that. So, and I don't want to try and take these things as just sort of me putting my summary in without you having an opportunity to look at what's set out. Can we turn to CD 243, which is the LVIA? And it might be just to again put this in context. Have two figures that I mentioned to you, and whilst I appreciate this morning that you referred to JW2 and JW3, and understand your reasoning for going to these documents, perhaps slightly less cluttered. An analysis of the figures. If you could have CD 251 and CD 252 to hand, they are the figures 6.3b for landscape character detail. They are similar in many respects to JW2, that is, and then CD 252, which is the one we'll start with to put in context, which is the designation with the blade tip ZTV figure 611. And let's start with having that CD 252, because it's, I think, quite a helpful document or figure to just put this in context to the extent of the RSA is being affected.
Mr. Armstrong, can I just check with you the documents? Did you say CD 2.51 and
CD 2.52? They're figure 610 and figure 611 in the supporting documentation to the environmental impact report.
I
They're
don't have
similar
that.
to JW2 and JW3, and they're in the Volume 2 LVIA figures.
I think you got your CD numbers wrong there.
Have I got my CD numbers wrong? Oh, sorry, did I say it's CD 152? I missed out the yeah. It's CD 152 and CD 151. Ma'am, sorry, you're absolutely right. I apologise for that.
CD 2.151
Yeah.
and CD 2.152. Yeah,
and
that's better.
that's right.
That's it.
Yeah, and they are similar to the JW2 and JW3, although there are differences. But if we have the CD 152, figure 611 to hand, and let's just take up one point which has got not to do with this argument that I'm about to advance, but a point that you were saying in examination, and I've just remembered it because a bit of paper is in front of me about reminding me to ask this question. And in the questions were asked this morning, you referred to JW6, which is trying to take into account the natural woodland, commercial woodland, and taking into account the impact that would have on the ZTV and what you would actually see. But and we can look at this by looking at JW6. But that commercial woodland is primarily to the northwest. It doesn't affect the views from the within the RSA, does it? Particularly the views from the east side of the A7.
I would just accept that there's little. There are some blocks of commercial plantation, for example, behind Hughes Hall, but no, the principal reference was with regard to the Esk Valley.
Good. Right, I've addressed that point, so I can put that bit away and get on to our main discussion here. But we can, from CD2 152 and that figure 611, see the helpfully the extent of the number of wind turbines within the RSA, which is marked, and a general indication of the theoretical visibility in relation to these turbines and the extent that they can be seen across the rest of the RSA.
Yes, JW3 is just a bit more a more accurate base if you want to look at it in detail.
And going back to a page to the figure 610, which is CD2 151, that shows the landscape character units and marked up and showing where the wind turbines are and the potential theoretical visibility in relation to these units.
Yes, and again, JW2 is more detailed.
And if we go then with that sort of introduction and having these two plans not too far away, so as we can put all of this in context, but then if we go to the LVIA and maybe we can take this relatively quickly because I don't think there's major areas of disputes in relation to the conclusions. It's what then happens to the conclusions. As far as the LCT 19 is concerned, we can go to the conclusions on that and the analysis on that, beginning on page 25 of the LVIA, paragraph 6.7.23, and again, I don't think there's terribly much between the parties in relation to a lot of this, but we can see at paragraph 6.74, an acceptance of the high magnitudes of change will cover the site and extend to the boundaries of the North Langham landscape to the north, east and northwest of the site, where the North Langham landscape extends further away from the site to the south and southwest, and there is high visibility of the proposed development. A high or medium-high magnitude of change will extend up to around 4.5 kilometres from the site, continuing, and we can read that, and then the overall conclusions. No, we can see that as the overall conclusions. So as far as that landscape character unit, which we can see in figure 610 is concerned, and the extent of it that is within the RSA, there's going to be pretty significant effects, and that's accepted, because you would expect to see that, because that's where most of the turbines are. There, or just on the boundary with it, and we can see that from the conclusions at 6.740 and by looking at figure 610.
Yes, figure 610 also has a dimensioned radius on it of 10 kilometres, so you can work out from that where 4 to 5 kilometres lands for that assessment of magnitude. But it must be, the point I would clarify is that not all parts of the ZTV will have that magnitude of impact. It depends where it is seen and to what extent. If you're seeing one blade tip from part of that yellow shading, that doesn't trigger a high magnitude of change. So some clarification is needed to that.
No, I'm not suggesting that, but my point is that as far as the part of that unit is concerned, all of that unit that is within the RSA will be significantly affected. I mean, the unit stretches off and goes, because of the character type, goes off to the west. But as far as that unit and the conclusions that are set out 6.740 for the significant effects, they are all within the RSA.
Yes, and we have assessed the effect on the RSA to be significant as well.
Yeah, I'm coming to that. I was going to just take it, looking at each one of the units, and there's an overall conclusion on that. And we can also see then, taking this relatively short with that conclusion, that if we do the same with the UCT 10 and the conclusions at 6.7.163, and to an extent with the conclusions in relation to UCT 4 and at 6.760 to 6.763, you can see all of in relation to these units, the significant effects on the units are principally, or almost in relation to the parts of the unit which are in the RSA. Is that correct?
I mean, I think the answer to that is yes. Where the significant effects in landscape character type 19.4 arise, out to a range of 4.5 kilometres, most of that will coincide with landscape that is designated as RSA, provided there is visibility. Because some areas within that 4.5 kilometres, there will be no visibility because of natural screening, vegetation screening.
So if we turn then to the conclusions on the Langham Hill RSA in the LVIA, and set out at page 38. And through to page 40, we've got an assessment there of the special qualities at table 6.8, and the identification of where there will be effects on the special qualities are shown in the darkened passages of that. Is that correct? Perhaps just on one point there, I note that the second last one, there it's not marked down that the smooth, rounded, multi-ridge peaks covered with extensive areas of unenclosed heather, moorland, southern uplands, the proposed development will not affect this special quality. Where does that conclusion's obviously got to be seen in the context of the earlier conclusions in relation to landscape character, has it not?
I would say it would change your appreciation of that special quality, but it won't have a I would say that it would have an effect on the perception of the heather-clad peaks, because that's where the wind farm is sited.
That's very fair of you, and to be seen in the context, obviously, of what is set out, and that saved me going through these in quite so much detail. But over, and just to follow how this analysis is sort of carried out here, over the page, we've got table 6.9, the effects on landscape types within the Langham Hill RSA, and this is obviously feeding into what the overall conclusion is here. And there again, there's the sort of dark-coloured bits where there is there is an effect, and it's the narrow woodland river valleys, the southern uplands, and the upper glens. Is identified there. And then we go and I suppose in relation to these three areas that are marked there, it's the parts of the areas, and this is the point I was making in relation to looking at all the text area, in which I think you've accepted. It's the parts of the areas within the RSA that are the most significantly affected.
The assessment is that because there are no special qualities as such of the RSA, it's carried out an assessment based on landscape, the underlying landscape character receptors, and it has concluded there that 3 landscape character types within the RSA have the potential to experience significant effects, and it qualifies those as being how intermittent or otherwise they are. So it tells us that on the site itself, the North Langham unit, there would be parts of that unit, and the unit has areas other than the site itself would not be affected, but there would be significant effects on the site itself, those that lie within the RSA, that gain a high or moderate visibility of the development. And it goes on to describe very clearly which parts of the RSA would be affected on account of the underlying landscape character. But it does tell us that the valleys would largely be not significant.
we'll come on and look at that in a moment. But I'm wanting to feed up to or look at the analysis that comes to the ultimate conclusion here and what's been taken into account of. And at 6.7.181, we can then see that there's likely to be significant effects on the following parts, which is concluding what's set out in Table 6.9. And then there's the conclusion at 6.7.182 that there's also likely to be effects on the three of the special qualities of the RSA, and you've obviously come on and accepted that there's that fourth one that we discussed should be added to that. Where is there also, I suppose, an analysis in this section, and this is before we come on to the overall conclusion, but where is there an analysis on the effect of the landscape character areas around the RSA, and secondly, where is the analysis apart from at the start of the section at 6.7.169, where there's reference to viewpoints, where there's an assessment and taking on board the effects on views in this analysis of the impact on the RSA?
The RSA is treated in the LVIA as a landscape resource and assessed as such. It's not assessed as a visual receptor, although the viewpoint assessments will comment as to whether or not they're in the RSA. But an RSA is a landscape resource, and that's how you normally assess designations.
So as far as the effect on viewpoints and indeed on the boundaries of the RSA are concerned, we don't see that analysis in this section in relation to the effects on the Langham Hill RSA.
The RSA is not assessed from outside its boundary. The RSA, the boundary of the RSA limits the extent of the assessment. The visual assessment is a separate, completely separate assessment. So I'm not quite clear what you're looking for there, but the RSA is assessed as a piece of landscape resource, and that's quite normal.
Well, I've got your point on it. I'm wanting to, and that's what I wanted to clarify. One, the extent that you take into account the effects around the boundaries in relation to landscape character, and two, where the assessment of the visual impacts are. And from what I understand, what you're saying is that they're not assessed in this section of the and the analysis in relation to the RSA, but they are obviously assessed, and we can go back. I don't think we need to go back and see where they're assessed in relation to the various landscape character units, and in the next section where they're assessed in relation to the effects on views. Is that correct? Thank you. Could we then, on that point, just have a look at the technical paper and see what it says?
Are we going back to the LVA?
We'll come back to the LVA in due course, because I haven't come to the conclusions yet in the LVA in relation to the impact on the RSA. But if you could have the Regional Scenic Areas technical paper to hand, which I think you referred to this morning. In fact, you went to page 40 of that this morning at CD 12 and 14. And you helpfully went over the page 40 specific assessment, and I will briefly look at that in a moment. But can we look at the guidance in? And I take it you are familiar with this document. Yeah. Can we look at some of the guidance in the introduction to this document? And we can see in page 2 that it sets out an introduction that this technical paper examines and defines the RSAs, and then there is a bit of background at the bottom of that first page 2 and the introduction about the regional scenic designations, and they're referring back to the SDD circulars. But this, I suppose it's the next couple of sentences there that really get to why these areas get their designation, and this, of course, ties in with the local development plan, but we're obviously not dealing with planning policy here today. We're dealing with the sort of landscape designations and issues in relation to landscape and visual effects. But we can see in that these couple of sentences that it says, this placed the onus on local planning authorities to safeguard the most outstanding beauty spots and encourage the provision of, goes on to, visitor facilities in these areas. The intention was that there should be a strong presumption against development within designated areas, except where it is plainly necessary. Now, we're obviously not dealing with that point today, but we do get an indication of the reason why they were designated to safeguard the most outstanding beauty spots. Is that's the background and one of the things that have got to be considered when we're looking at the impacts on the RSA, is it not? What would be the impact on outstanding beauty spots?
That was the guidance in 1962, and we've moved on a lot from there. I would not describe this RSA as one of the most outstanding beauty spots in Scotland. We have an NSA designation for those.
Well, we're not dealing with an analysis of its attractiveness. I'm looking at the analysis of the assessment of the effect on the RSA here, and it's clearly relevant to have regard to the basis for and the reasoning behind, in landscape terms, the RSA designation. But we're told also, and taking this relatively short on page 3, that we should refer to, alongside this report, we should refer to the DDWLCS when considering the potential impacts on all the RSAs. So it's not just the page 40 that you took my learned friend to this morning. It is what's set out in the DDWLCS in relation to the RSA or the relevant RSA that regard should be had to. Would you not agree?
In order to do that, you need to conflate between the landscape character units and the RSA.
Yes. As Dr. Swales sets out in her detailed analysis of this when considering the impacts on the RSAs, she sets out a detailed reference to what the DDWLCS sets out about the relevant RSA.
And to all intents and purposes, the LVIA assesses the underlying landscape character units that stem from DGWLCS insofar as they relate to the RSA. So it has consistently followed the capacity study in informing the assessment of effects on the RSA boundary.
And the RSA also, and so the DDWLCS also refers to the visual impacts and how they are a constraint as well to potential development.
It does.
We can see on this point, just developing it, that on page 4, that third paragraph, that the landscape assessment, the landscape assessment provides a systematic and objective framework from which to evaluate scenic interests. Scenic interests relate to landscape character through the local mix of individual landscape elements, the landscape character types, and the juxtaposition of different landscape types. And taking that in the context of page 6, we're also referred to visual envelopes and transition zones. And the visual envelope sets out that certain uplands and lowland landscapes derive their scenic value principally from their juxtaposition with adjacent valleys and coastlines. In such cases, scenic boundaries were related to the visual envelopes of these valleys or coasts, and then it goes on to set out how a visual envelope can be defined. But we're also told, in relation to transitional zones, reading this short at the bottom of the page, care should be taken, and over the page, in interpreting policies in relation to map boundaries, and references should always be made to reasons for designation and the nature of the boundary. For example, where boundaries relate to visual envelopes, a tall structure on the edge of the designated area may fall within the relevant visual envelope, whilst a smaller structure may be lost over the horizon. So is it not also relevant to have regard to not just the effects within the RSA, but also on the boundaries of the RSA?
All parts of the RSA are equally valued from that point of view. I accept that, but there is no buffer applied around the RSA within which a higher level of protection should be afforded. Just going back to this visual envelopes point, it's precisely the point I was making this morning. You missed the last line of that paragraph, which said the ridge lines which form the main horizon from principal viewpoints such as valley or coastal roads were therefore used as a first approximation of visual envelopes. The visual envelope of the U's and Esk Valley does not extend right to the back of the RSA. You cannot see that location. So it's about the enclosure to that valley, and indeed that point has been carried through to the description that we see in this document. So the synopsis of all of this upfront guidance is surely carried through to the assessment that's presented on page 40.
Well, we can see on page 40, and perhaps let's just look at some of the viewpoints that you've mentioned there, and I'll go ahead of myself, as it were, in relation to our discussion today. But we can see on page 40 that the RSA centres on the combinations, as you read out this morning, of the upland glen, the other attractive valley landscapes, and the adjacent southern uplands. That's the sort of key opening point, is it not? And bearing in mind your concession today in relation to the analysis. Can we then look at that in the context of some of the viewpoints that you referred to some this morning? But again, just to put this in context, could we start with viewpoint 1? And I was just going to go from the ones in the original environmental.
The slight problem with that is that they don't include the cumulative sites. So
well, I think cumulative is not as I think we've seen from the memo from Dr. Swales, that it's not the big issue here. Let's look at the big issues: the effect on the landscape character, the effect on the views, and the effect on the RSA. And I think viewpoint 1, I hopefully got the reference right this time, CD 2184. And this is the view from view 2 Great Hill from, is it Crumpton Hill?
yes.
Yeah. And if we start just by the wire lines, if we look at viewpoint 1, figure 617G and 617H, that's looking across to G and H. That's looking across to Great Hill, and also looking into the RSA from the start of the RSA. In fact, it is not. I think Great Hill is not referenced in the description of on page 40. I think somewhere there is reference to that as being on the boundary. So looking in. that gives us an indication of how that viewpoint will change of looking into the RSA. And I appreciate it's up close to the development, but you're not going to get well, there's no other real examples in Scotland of RSAs where you're going to have that level of development and that level of number of turbines within the RSA, and looking from the boundary of the RSA into the RSA with that type of view, are you?
There are other examples of wind farms within RSA. There are two that I can think of, and one of them was noted there in the North Lowther report. But just to clarify at the start, this viewpoint's not on the edge of the RSA. This is within the RSA at Crumpton Hill.
Crumpton Hill. I think Great Hill is on the edge of it, which we can
Great
see.
Hill is on the edge.
We can see. I think Great Hill actually is going to have turbine 37 on it, is it not? We'll certainly be able to see where Great Hill is with the turbine 37 on it, as we can see from the wire line at figure 617, but certainly figure 617G. But if we go over to figure 617B, that is looking into the RSA.
617B.
G.
Oh, G.
Sorry.
Yes, I mean this.
Yeah.
There is no dispute that this viewpoint is within the RSA, and it's also within the footprint of the wind farm.
Yeah, and looking over H was the one which sort of is the sort of again looking, that's primarily looking into the RSA from there, and we can see, I suppose, from the photomontages as well, figure 617K, an indication of what the of the turbines within the RSA there. Certainly the forward ones, 39, 13, 43, 31, 30, 32, 29, 26, 24, 21, 42, 22, they're all within the, to get an indication of where the RSA is, I suppose we can see from the turbines.
That is a view within the RSA.
Yeah. I'll come on to look at other examples that you give of development within the RSA in due course. But just whilst we've got this document out, and if we turn on to viewpoint 3, and that's looking up towards Hughes Hall, and if we look at figure 619C, Hughes Hall, I think, is the community facility. Is that correct?
It's a community hall on the A7.
And it's a popular place to sort of park, and for if you're going to go for walks, is it not, into the various? There's lots of paths that sort of lead from there up into the RSA.
There are paths that lead from Hughes Hall up into the RSA, currently subject to a major quarry excavation. And I would also make the point, while looking at this view, that all of the hills on the left-hand side in the distance are now planted with forestry. So it is a changing view as well.
But I suppose...
And it's also a fleeting... I think the point to make is that this is a very fleeting glimpse view from the A7. It's not a view that's sustained for any length of the road at all.
Well, that's for drivers, but it's obviously not for people that are parking and then going to use the RSA, or to walk through the RSA, use the various paths and the community facilities at this view. It won't be fleeting for the people that park and walk.
It is a narrow glimpse view up one of those glens that breaks into the uplands. And that's why we picked it as a viewpoint.
Well, it doesn't sit terribly comfortably, though, with your these views and the likely effects of the proposed turbines being set back, because we can see from the wireline, which is figure 619C, and then if we turn on to the photo montage of figure 619E, that it could hardly be said that they're set back into the uplands there. You can see, certainly in relation to turbines 28, 27, 29, 24 and 25, you can see most of the turbine. In fact, in some of them you can almost see the base.
I don't agree with you. I think in that view they are set back there. They're on the rim of hills that enclose that glen. And bear in mind, those are not the front hills that we're looking at. Those are hills set back into the uplands.
So you would.
So I think they are set back in that view.
You would give that then as an example where we can see the use hole and is that on the right there, and you can see the turbines on top of there. I think it's 28, 27, 29, 24 and 25 are the main ones you can see. You're saying that is an example of turbines being set back from the valleys.
Well, it's 2.274 kilometres from the A7, and I regard that to be set back.
So is it set back in distance, or is it set back in sort of visual experience?
I would say visual perception as well. But we have recorded this as a significant effect, and it is one of the very small number of significant effects that would arise along the whole of the A7 corridor. So to somebody experiencing the RSA, travelling through it, most people would miss this, I would say. It's a narrow, glimpsed view. I accept someone going to the village hall could pause and take it in, but this is not representative of the A7 corridor.
Well, it is a representative view which was selected to take on board that obviously this is the area which is used as a starting point for many of the walks into the RSA for the use of the community facilities, and it was identified on that basis. But you are saying that this shows that the turbines are set back.
They're not on the outer edge of the hills that define the U's water.
We can see for ourselves, looking at the other viewpoints, 4, 6 and 7, for example, the extent that turbines are set back. I mean, I suppose just one other example, viewpoint 7, which is figure 6.23E. Again, would you classify the, for example, the turbines 44 and 45 there, or indeed even 38, 36 and 37, as being well set back?
Nearly 3 kilometres from the viewpoint, I would say yes, they are. They're not on the immediate enclosing hills to the Esk Valley. Again, one for the reporter undoubtedly to see, but this is a very fleeting glimpse view from the B709, and it's not representative of the wider experience gained travelling along the B709 to Bentpath.
Okay, well, slightly gone off from what our discussion of, but obviously these are relevant factors to take into account when considering the impact in relation to the RSA. But if we turn to the overall conclusions in relation to the RSA and the LVIA, do we find them on page 42?
I have them on page 40, but it may
Right.
be...
It's just before paragraph 6.8, where we can see that the extent of the significant effects.
I have it as paragraph 6.7.184.
Right. Is that not dealing with the cumulative? And then you turn on two more further
I see.
pages,
Okay.
and you get to the at the end of. There's a summary of effects on landscape character. I think that's
In the table.
I
Yeah.
took that as
Yeah.
referring to the cumulative bit, and I
Yeah.
think it's at the end, is it not? Where it says intermittent, very intermittent, significant effects on the landscape
Yes.
character of the site itself and part of the uplands. And I suppose there's no an analysis, and you say correctly, of whether the extent of the compliance, obviously, with any policy, any two, or I'm on the integrity of the RSA. There's no analysis there, but we've got the analysis back at 67.182 and 181, which you've amended today in relation to the significant effects on the special qualities. And you're not, or are you, you're not making a conclusion in relation to policy NE2?
No, and certainly not in the EIAR. That's not the place to formulate that. That's in the planning statement.
Well, we can see to the extent that there is a conclusion in relation to that in that statement. We dealt with that yesterday. Can I move on to a sort of related matter in relation to your evidence on, as you put it, that the effects are essentially local effects?
Can I just work out, we maybe need to stop for lunch at some point. I'm just wondering how much longer you have, or is it a good opportunity to have a break?
I don't have that much. I'd have thought probably about 15 minutes, but it might be. I might have even less if we broke for lunch now and then came back and just I could sort of reduce the points. But I don't have many more points to.
Okay, well, it's just a couple of minutes to 1, so perhaps we can just have a break now and come back at 2 o'clock. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back from after lunch. We're just going to pick up on Mr. Armstrong's cross-examination of the applicant's witness, Mr. Welch.
Mr. Welch, I've just got a few more points. Just to sort of finish off on the RSA. Sorry, there were two things that I was going to deal with still. The first one was that I had referred you to, but I don't think we'd really discussed it in much detail, paragraph 6.7.169 of the LVIA on page 38. And there's the identification of the viewpoints that lie within the RSA. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12, 13, 14, and 15. But I suppose, and we can look at this and check for ourselves, but table 6.12 on page 76 sets out that all of these viewpoints, bar 14, there'll be significant impacts on. And I think 14 was the one where you and Dr. Swale disagreed on, and Ms. Anderson's come back on that one. But leaving aside 14 on that, all the others there is a significant impact on. Is that correct?
Just going to track my way through that, please.
The references are paragraph 6.7 or 0.169, and in that it identifies the relevant viewpoints, and then we can, if we turn on to table 6.12, which is at page 76, you can do a sort of check. If you want to, it sets out the significance of effects, and I think in relation to them all bar 14, the conclusion is significant, and my recollection was that there was obviously the issue in relation to 14, which Ms Anderson has set out in her statement, the position on, but let's just deal with all the other ones. They're all significant.
Yes, those viewpoints are assessed as being likely to experience a significant visual effect, and that partly underpins the reason why they're chosen in the first place. They represent locations where there is open visibility of the proposed development.
And I suppose if you take that one step further and just looked at consider the views into the RSA from the north, south, and west from the various viewpoints, that you can actually see the RSA and see the site in relation to these viewpoints. I suppose 1920 to the north, 5 to the south, and 16 to the west. All of them are, I think, identified where there'll be a significant effect as well. Is that correct?
Yes, but they would not be viewpoints I would countenance using to assess the impacts on the RSA. Otherwise, you're applying a buffer to the RSA.
But they are the viewpoints from the north, south, and west. But I take your point on that. And the final point on the RSA, which I think covered most of the others in detail, I did say I'd come back to you on this, is that you gave examples, or you set out this morning, I think it was in relation to in the examination in chief, and you set out examples at paragraph 11.23 of your report of examples of operational consented wind farms located within local landscape designations. And if we just stick to the ones in relation to Dumfries and Galloway, and if we go to, and I think you did actually mention 20 Shilling, which is over the page on page 51, that RSA, I think there's one turbine within the RSA in that, is it not? It's not really, it's not comparable or setting up a precedent to the 27 that we're going to have here. I think 20 Shilling has one in the RSA, is that correct?
My memory is not that good, I'm afraid, that I could recall how many turbines were in it, but the principle is that there is some development in the RSA, and of course there is Craig as well.
Well, I think Ms Anderson deals with this at paragraph 8.9 of her report, but in relation to the Craig extension, we can see that I think there's 6, and we can also see the height of the turbines there. And I suppose in relation to the coastal RSA, the Larbrox one, well again, as with all of these, it's in relation to how they affect the special qualities of the RSA, and that's a coastal RSA, is it not? And I think there the turbines are 150 metres in height, are they not?
They are something of that order, and I agree it depends how they affect the particular special qualities of the area, and the reason that 20 Shilling was the one I was trying to recall in relation to North Lowther was that the reporter in that case acknowledged that 20 Shilling was partly within the RSA.
And I suppose with your assessment on the cumulative impacts and the documentation on that, and we can see where the proposed turbines are in relation to the other sites, they are also all they're skirting the boundaries of this RSA rather than actually proposing development within the RSA, are they not?
You could say that Craig is skirting the boundary, but then it's fairly notable in views from parts of Eskdale. So your appreciation of the Eskdale landscape, regardless of the fact that it sits on the boundary, it's seen from within the core of the RSA. So it comes back to this point, you need to assess the impact in relation to the special qualities and how they're perceived.
Yes, so that's the big issue, I suppose, and I think we're agreed on that. I did also say that I'd deal with the Nature Scott response, and that there's obviously four letters in total from Nature Scott, but it's the second one, the 18th of May one, 2020 CD 5.35, which sets out their principal concerns. And whilst there is obviously a discussion between, I think, you and your clients and Nature Scott in relation to these concerns, essentially in the correspondence, Nature Scott stand by their analysis and position in their letter of 18th May. Is that not correct?
Yes, it does, but I think it's also relevant that the reporter sees what Nature Scott said at the scoping stage, because in that letter they indicated they might object on the basis of the distinctiveness of the landscape, which was very much the North Lowther and Harryburn stance they took. So if anything, it had softened by the time it got to 18th of May, because that matter was no longer raised, if I recall correctly.
Well, I wonder if that's correct. Obviously, the reporter can read these letters for herself, but as far as any change in the SNH position, the original letter was a concern into the regional significance of the impacts of this proposal, and of course the number of wind turbines changed from that original concern in relation to regional impact. And if there was a consideration, and I'm sure you'll correct me if I'm wrong on this, if there's a consideration of regional impact, then there is a tendency for SNH or Nature Scott to object. If not, they will not object. But that doesn't mean that they support the application. It means that they set out their concerns in their consultation response. Is that not correct?
I've just gone back to the scoping letter, and in the opening paragraph they say, in our view, the extent of these effects could result in significant adverse impacts on the regional distinctiveness of the area, and we may object to this proposal. That's fairly strong terms from Nature Scott, which I believe had softened by the time it got to its May 2020 response.
Well, their actual analysis hasn't changed dramatically of what the impacts will be, and we can see that by sort of comparing the wording in relation to the landscape designation, the visibility and views, and the various sections in the appraisals of the impacts. And their concern, particularly in relation to the RSA and landscape character area 19, the relevant unit.
But surely it would still tell us that they went from a position having some broad brush information on the project at scoping to being able to, where they were concerned that they might have to object, to a position of no objection, having had the detail.
Well, the reason for the change in thinking of whether there's a concern, and we can all read the letters for ourselves, is the regional impact. And as I said, SNH will only object if there is considered to be a regional impact or national impact. And they were teeing up that there may be a regional impact here, but they've obviously concluded that it wouldn't be a regional impact here, but they then follow the same analysis in their letter of 18th May with their earlier analysis and their scoping opinion.
That may be, but what you've just suggested to me is that they've moved from it being concerned that it would have a regional impact to having a local impact, which is very much the position I started at this morning. I think this has localised impacts.
Well, that was going to be the final point I'll come on to in a moment. But they still identify their considerable concerns in relation to the impact in relation to the RSA, and not just in relation to the valleys, but also in relation to the juxtaposition of the rugged backdrop provided by the open and pronounced hills of the southern uplands with the valleys. So it's not just about considering a potential impact in the valleys, it's looking at the southern upland backdrop.
The backdrop, which again is it's the backdrop to those valleys that, in my opinion, underpins the special qualities of this RSA.
In relation to my final 2 points, we might as well deal with the local impact, and we've in the agreed statement between the parties, we've set out the limits of the significant impact in relation to views and in relation to landscape character, and that's agreed. But your argument that you're advancing that, well, that's understandable for this type of development, and that it is a local impact, as you say on a number of occasions in your report. That argument was also rejected, was it not, by the reporter in the North Lowther decision, CD 1547, at paragraph 3.331, where I think you ran the same argument, saying that the impacts would not extend beyond 13 kilometres. And I suppose the reporter concluded there, well, that's useful for information purposes, but there are many other factors to take into account, and just purely concluding that the limit is a certain area is not really a major point in the equation.
I have simply sought to give the reporter the benefit of my assessment that impacts out to visual impacts out to 13 kilometres within a 45-kilometre study area, where the ZTV is relatively concentrated. I consider that to be a relatively localised impact for a development of this scale. We've been involved in a number of other wind farms in this order of size that have more marked impacts at greater distance. So I was involved in an inquiry last year where significant effects at 23 kilometres were acknowledged. So it's, relatively speaking, these are localised impacts.
Well, we can see the conclusion that the reporter sets out at 3.331 there, that while it can be informative to compare numbers, it does not follow that just because other consented wind farms have a similar range of significant effects, the proposed development should logically be approved. There are many factors to be taken into account, and obviously one of the key factors there is in this inquiry is in relation to the RSA and the sensitivity of the landscape.
And I haven't suggested in my inquiry report that because of those localised impacts it should be approved. It's a factor that I would expect to be weighed with all the other factors in the planning balance.
And in the sort of the final point on the as far as the DGWLCS is concerned, and the guidance from Nature Scott that you were referred to this morning. As far as, and no doubt Ms Anderson will be asked questions in relation to this, but as far as the DGWLCS is concerned, and the analysis that's set out in that in relation to sensitivity, and we can is concerned, are you suggesting that that is not consistent with the Nature Scott guidance?
Where both the SBC and D&GC capacity studies step beyond that and identify capacity or no capacity for an area, that goes beyond the guidance Nature Scott published in April.
So that's the extent of your argument on consistency.
I think I said in chief, my issue is not with the sensitivity assessment per se, it's where it uses that to prescribe capacity when it doesn't have access to all the information.
And also when you're looking at when they set out, and we've looked at this to an extent, the key constraints in relation to the valleys, or whether it be the southern uplands or the moorland, these are still relevant constraints that the reporter should take into account. And you're nodding there, and they're not affected by your concern in relation to whether this DGWLCS is compliant with the latest Nature Scott guidance.
I mean, I would have to say I don't think it is compliant because it does draw conclusions on capacity. So it'll require to be updated to remove that. But as Nature Scott's guidance acknowledges, many of the capacity studies have a basis of assessment in sensitivity that will still be valid to carry through into an updated document.
And indeed, we can see that Nature Scott relies on a number of the passages in the DGWLCS in its response in relation to this application.
I can't think of any that I've seen. Extracts from the April guidance.
No. The DGWLCS.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Armstrong. I'm now going to ask Mr. Kirk of Scottish Borders Council if he has some questions for Mr. Welsh, the applicant's witness.
Thank you, ma'am. There's a lot of points being covered, Mr. Welsh's examination in chief and Mr. Armstrong's cross-examination, but I do have 3 or 4 questions for Mr. Welsh. If that's okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Welsh. I think this morning in your examination in chief, you referred to Scottish Borders capacity study, and I think it's outlined in your inquiry report at paragraphs 10.7 and 10.8, page 39, that the capacity study identifies the borders as having low capacity for turbines of this size. You then went on to refer to figure 6.1e, identifying certain areas in the Scottish Borders as having some capacity for turbines of this size. But is it not still a low capacity?
Good afternoon, Mr. Kirk. If I could just dig out the document, I'll respond to you on that. It's slightly ambiguous, to be absolutely direct with you. On page 39 of the document, it gives both types, both the cold clue group and the crake group. It identifies a low capacity over 120 metres, but when you look at the figures, (6.1e) confirms that low capacity, but then they're differentiated when you look at figure 6.4, and part of the site is identified as having highest capacity. So I would agree that they have what is attributed as low capacity, but then part of the site is also identified as having as a small number of areas in the borders with highest capacity for wind turbine development.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Welsh. You also, in your examination, Chief, this morning referred to siting of a development becomes more challenging towards the edge of hilltops. Now, I think it's viewpoint 10 at Hizzy-Cairn, there's, I think, 6 turbines there, which I understand are described as possibly could be seen as stepping into the valley. I think you talked about striking a balance. Do you think that that strikes the appropriate balance?
Those turbines are within the area we've just talked about, so they're identified as an area that has capacity. They are within a piece of landscape that is particularly well contained. I agree that they are at a slightly lower elevation than other parts of the site to the south, but I think as an overall development footprint, they're not particularly marked, other than perhaps in that viewpoint they are discernible as being at a slightly lower elevation. Okay. I would say it's not. I don't think it's a remarkably different or a particularly discernible difference. It's a fairly subtle reduction in elevation as they come down from the north.
Okay, thank you. I think also in your inquiry report at paragraph 12.33 on page 70, you give an assessment of the visual effects on people using the A7 tourist route within the Scottish borders. You describe that as extremely intermittent. What about people travelling towards the Scottish borders on the A7?
If you were to travel from, say, Langham to the Scottish borders, there will be a small number, I'm talking about a handful of locations along the A7 before you get to Teviot Head, where perpendicular to the road you will see parts of the wind farm. But there is no location along the A7 that you will see all of the wind farm. And we've picked a view this morning, or a view, I was taken to a view this morning at Hughes Hall, where probably the greatest amount of visibility arises. And that, for someone travelling on the A7, would be a particularly fleeting experience. As you head north, my perception of the travelling on the A7 is you have quite a steep shoulder of land on your left-hand side, and your eye is naturally drawn out into the floor of the valley and across to the other side. And to see the wind farm, you're going to have to turn your head perpendicular to the road at one of these incidences where visibility comes through from the uplands and spot it. I don't think that is going to transform someone's experience of approaching the borders from the Langham direction.
Thank you, Mr. Welsh. My final point really is paragraph 12.40 on page 72 of your report. You very fairly don't seek to criticise the Council for its assessment of the aviation lighting question. You respectfully refer the reporters to the Crystal Rig 4 decision. You will accept that Crystal Rig 4 isn't yet operational.
Yes, I accept that.
So in effect, the mitigation in place there, we don't know yet whether or not it will be successful. Would that be appropriate to assume?
provided the mitigation that was committed to through the planning condition is delivered, then I'm confident that the findings of our assessment and of the reporter's assessment will be robust. And I say that on the basis of having looked at schemes with this type of lighting attached to them. And I think provided the mitigation in terms of the choice of light fitting and the narrow beam and the dimming is implemented, then those effects should be consistent with the reporter's findings.
Okay. And the fact that Crystal Rig 4 is in a completely different area from this application, the actual layout of the land won't affect the proposed mitigation?
I have sought to direct the reporter to the Crystal Rig decision solely to, I think I've said, gain an understanding of the technical background to light. We had a lot of evidence was led on the effects of light on vision at night and of dark adaptation, and I think those are very important things to understand when considering the impacts of light, red light at night. And it is for that reason that I would ask the reporter to particularly have regard to Crystal Rig. No two effects will be identical, and I don't seek to suggest that the findings for Crystal Rig will could directly translate to the findings here. It's more the principles of how lighting impacts the dark environment and different groups of receptors. So people travelling in cars, people walking, people in villages, etc. The report has made some helpful findings on those receptor groups.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Welsh. As I said at the outset, most of the other points I had to raise have already been raised with you.
Thank you, Mr. Kirk. Now I'm going to ask Mr. Campbell, do you have some questions for the applicant's witness?
I do, ma'am, if I may. Afternoon, Mr. Welsh.
Afternoon, Mr. Campbell.
I'd like to take you to Chapter 13 of your inquiry report, please. And could you also have available CD 12.18, which is the Residential Visual Amenity Assessment? And your EIAR Appendix 6.2, which is CD 2.45.
Can I just check, was it the RVAA guidance that you were...
Yes, I'm sorry,
Yes.
did I not say that? That was
No,
what I'm
I didn't hear. Thank you.
Yeah.
What's the CD reference for that, sorry?
CD 12.18, or another, it was 018, but I think you wanted to dispense with too many zeros. I'd just like to focus on this chapter, if I may. Could I try and take it in order? It's 13.2, first of all. You understand, don't you, that the statements of agreed matters do not bind the Foreside Community Group or any of the individuals which make it up?
Yes.
Thank you. At 13.4, you refer to Appendix 6.2 and you tell us the assessment was undertaken prior to publication of the current guidance. When was it undertaken?
It was undertaken towards the end of 2018 and into the beginning of 2019.
Yeah. And it bears the date of April 2019, I think, on the front cover.
That's correct.
So that's before the COVID restrictions.
Yes.
Which began, I think, in March 2020. Was there any particular reason why you didn't or weren't able to contact the occupants of the houses and make arrangements to go and see what you could see from their houses, both inside and out?
as recognised in the guidance that's since been published, that's not always possible. It's particularly difficult for the applicants, consultants to gain access to properties where there's a strong sentiment of concern about a project in an area. We were satisfied that we could carry out a competent assessment from the public road, and I'm very happy to stand by the assessment in Appendix 6.2, which I think is actually quite cautious.
Well, I'm not asking you that question. I'm asking you whether there was any reason why you didn't go and knock on the doors and say, I am James Welsh, or I work for Open, and I'd like to engage with you about what you can see from here. I don't, with respect, see anything terribly difficult about that.
Putting that into effect requires, can be quite difficult, to be honest with you.
Well, the guidance requires two people, or requests two people to go together for obvious safety reasons. Did you do this Residential Visual Amenity Association as a desktop study?
Absolutely not. It was done in the field. It's a small number of properties. There were a number of them are involved, so it was easy to gain access perhaps to some of the more concealed ones.
I've had inquiries made again very recently. Is it the case, before I leave the point, that nobody from Open has been to any of these houses to engage with the occupants about their perception of their own amenity, a visual amenity, I'm sorry?
And that's not normal practice. We have not engaged.
I didn't ask you about normal practice. I asked you about this case.
Open has not engaged with the occupiers of the properties that are considered in the RVAA.
Thank you. You did engage with the occupants of properties at the Clochery inquiry, which is of recent date, near Bar Hill. Can you tell me why it wasn't thought appropriate to do it in this case? Did you, for example, use a subcontractor?
No, I went to the property members of my team went to prepare photo montages from properties during the application process, because the occupiers asked the applicant in that case to provide photo montages, which were then included in the EIAR, and I subsequently sought permission, was granted permission to go to some of the properties in that case that were where there was a particular concern pre-inquiry.
We can agree then that nobody's been to, or within a house in this case. The advice in the guidance, I think, is to look at the question of visual amenity both from within and out with the house, and to the extent that you haven't been into the houses, it's incomplete. Would that be fair?
No, I think we're able to make a reasoned and justifiable assessment if we are able to see the exterior parts of a property and inform our judgment with wirelines. It's been working in this field for a very long time, and it is possible to form a professional judgment standing outside a property on a main road.
I know it's not a mechanistic exercise, Mr. Welsh, and I know you well enough to know that you're a careful professional, but the fact is that residential visual amenity is simply part of residential amenity. It's a component, and to fully understand the component, you need to go into the house, don't you?
I would agree that going into the property is can be valuable, but that it is possible to form an assessment of the residential amenity effect from outside. I accept you've got to be able to see the property. You've got to be able to understand its orientation, its windows, conservatories, etc., and garden ground.
Would you hazard a safe distance from which you can make that judgment from a property? 20 yards, 100 yards, 200 yards, down the drive? What?
as long as you've got a clear line of sight to a property and can see where its garden ground is laid out, where its principal orientation is, I believe you can make that assessment. Wirelines are a particularly useful device as well to help inform that.
And the wireline can imagine a view from somebody's living room window, can't it? Or from the front garden.
I don't think it can imagine a view, but it can help you to understand to what degree the proposed development is going to be seen from that property and what magnitude of impact it might have.
Of course, we're not really concerned here just with visibility, are we? We're concerned with visibility as it affects amenity of the house.
I'd agree with that.
Okay. Now, in 13 point, I must apologise for my voice, ma'am. I've had a cold and I sound, to myself at least, rather hoarse, but I'm not normally like this. In 13.5, you say, in the second sentence, Open has reviewed the findings of the RVA in the context of the new guidance and is content that no aspects of the RVA findings would change. Am I correct to understand that that process of review did not involve any visits to houses or engagement with householders?
It involved further field work. I have looked at all of the properties from publicly accessible locations. It did not involve visits to houses.
Or engagement with householders?
No.
Thank you. In the same sentence, you finish it by saying, I'm sorry, the same paragraph, you finish it by saying, that is that no overbearing or dominant visual effects would arise at any property. Now, Mr. Welsh, that expression, as you and I well know, comes from somewhere else. Overbearing and dominant. It comes from an English decision called Enifer Downs. And it has evolved or morphed into something called the Lavender test. Am I correct?
Yes, but it is also the language that has morphed into the current guidance.
I don't think so, Mr. Welsh. I don't think you'll find it in the current guidance.
I mean, Enifer Downs is referred to in the guidance as
The point is this. Residential visual amenity is a component of residential amenity itself. A threshold has to be met, and that involves 4 steps, one of which is the exercise of professional judgment. In your inquiry report and in Appendix 6.2, you have, or using Appendix 6.2, you've conflated the language of Mr. Lavender, an English inspector, with the advice given by the Landscape Institute, so that in the end of the day, the only test you have applied for this question of residential visual amenity is to ask yourself, are the turbines overbearing or dominant? And this is a theme which is repeated throughout Chapter 13 of your inquiry report. Would you agree with that?
because that is effectively the step that is taken in deciding whether the threshold, applying the now applicable guidance, which was not used to inform the RVAA in the EIAR, applying the guidance that step 4 of the current guidance, that is the question you're invited to make. Is the magnitude of impact such that a threshold is crossed or breached, whereby this becomes a matter for the planning balance?
Right, let's do the question again. What I'm putting to you is that you have conflated the advice given by the Landscape Institute in 2/19, technical paper 2/19, with the obiter or the observations rather, of the English inspector in a different and unrelated case. And you've done that because it suits you to do that. It suits you to set this bar very high so that it will be very difficult to cross it. I'm sure you see where I'm going. In reality, Mr. Welsh, in judging the question of residential visual immunity, you've set the bar high, knowing perfectly well that the question of overbearing or dominant visual effects are rare and are unlikely to be encountered. And for that reason, you're able to say to this reporter, ma'am, no, none of these houses, 23 of them, none of these houses has reached the threshold. So actually, there is no injury to visual immunity, to residential visual immunity.
And if we'd used the current guidance, we would have reached that same conclusion. The threshold is not breached at any of these, reached or breached at any of these properties, in my view. And it is all a product of magnitude of the impact to the residential immunity.
I'm sure you're not choosing not to answer my question, but you haven't answered it. You've set the bar too high when you did this exercise. Your review is worth nothing because it's the same result, and you haven't explained how you got to, and you haven't explained how you got to the conclusion.
It's not quite, that's not quite fair, because the RVAA in Appendix 6.2 does not draw any conclusions at all as to whether the effects are dominant or overbearing.
Okay.
It purely identifies whether they are significant or not, and leaves that as a planning matter to take forward.
Well, I'm obliged. Who makes the decision about reaching the threshold? The landscape architect exercising his judgment under step 4, or the planner who gets the product of his work on his desk after the study is complete?
The landscape architect will carry out a step 4 assessment and advise through the RVAA whether they think that the threshold has been reached. It's then a matter of balance, a balancing matter for the determining authority.
Okay. That hasn't been done in Appendix 6.2, as you rightly point out.
Because it wasn't best practice at the time the assessment was carried out.
But nevertheless, you're able to say in your inquiry report that the threshold hasn't been reached.
Because I have been back out, and I've undertaken a number of assessments under the new guidance, and I'm perfectly familiar with what needs to be done to carry out that assessment. And I've been back to every single property, and I'm satisfied that I can make that statement.
Okay, can we agree, so that this isn't prolonged, that the contents of Appendix 6.2 are essentially factual in every case?
Well, no, because there is professional judgment applied in the attributing significance to the effects.
All right, where do I
which
find
is subjectivity?
Pick an example at random. Where do I find the exercise of professional judgment? I guess you're going to say to me, it's in the bar chart at the bottom of each case.
Precisely.
It's the place.
Somebody has decided whether that is a significant or not significant effect, having carried out field work.
Okay. And there's no written analysis or textual analysis anywhere else in this document which tells us whether or not the threshold has been reached in the opinion of the observer.
No, there is not, because that was not part of the methodology when we carried out this RVAA.
So the only place where we find that part of the methodology being applied is subsequently in your in the EIAR and subsequently in your inquiry report.
Solely in my inquiry report.
Solely in your inquiry report. Sorry, just bear with me 1 second, if you would. could you look at, please, with me, CD 12.18, which is the RVAA technical note?
I have that.
Sure. Could you turn to paragraph 2.1? Just take a second to read it.
Yes.
Now, the passage in quotes is the effect of the development on RVA of such nature and or magnitude that it potentially affects living conditions or residential amenity. In this guidance, this is referred to as the residential visual amenity threshold. In practical terms, is that any different from what you would do today?
I mean, this is what we would apply this today. So in an RVAA today, we set it up in the various steps that are recommended in this guidance, and in step 4, we assess whether or not the threshold has been reached in our professional judgment.
So what we're being asked to do today is to look at the effects of the development and to make a judgment about whether it potentially affects living conditions.
Yes. And in the next paragraph, it helps us by explaining the factors that you would contemplate in reaching that judgment.
Absolutely, and thank you. And you anticipate the next question, which you often do. Those factors, of course, vary in every case.
Yes.
They must do, mustn't they?
Site-specific factors.
Yes, questions of distance, size, topography, even the effect of sunlight in different instances, and of course different types of development.
Yes.
Are any of the factors which lead you to a judgment about whether or not the threshold has been crossed what I might call experiential factors?
Insofar as a property might be positioned to have a particular sunset or take advantage of a particular view, that's something that we would normally acknowledge in the description for a property.
Let me try and give you a simple example. Suppose property A has a well-tended garden, which is clearly the pride and joy of its owner, and faces towards the development. Property B, not far away, is a holiday let, not occupied by its owners, but occupied by a succession of visitors. Those are different types of occupant and likely to have different perceptions of the areas in which they find themselves. Does that sort of difference make any difference in turn to the judgment about amenity which this advice, which this technical note is asking you to make?
I would say no, because we're not considering the activity of the occupier per se. We assume each property is occupied and enjoyed to its fullest potential.
With respect, I find that very difficult to take because the advice is specific as to living conditions, which are at least partly subjective and partly qualitative, and residential amenity, which is essentially a qualitative phrase.
But you can't expect a study or survey like this to appreciate if somebody spends 6 months of the year living in Spain and 6 months of the year in Britain and factor that into your assessment. It's just not practical at an EIAR stage. So you have to make certain assumptions, and you assume that provided a property is not derelict or abandoned, it has the potential to be occupied to its fullest residential amenity.
But why does the Landscape Institute counsel its members in this way if it doesn't expect you to make a somewhat subjective judgment about living conditions and amenity?
I don't know, Mr. Campbell, but it would be very difficult for the landscape architect to make assumptions and attribute weight to an assessment on such subjective terms, I think.
I think that Sorry, I can't find the place now. Yes. Could you turn in the document to 4.18, please? This is a discussion about stage 4, to which you already referred in a minute or two ago. They say in the last couple of sentences, this judgment, and perhaps I read the 3 sentences, this concluding judgment should advise the decision maker whether the predicted effects on visual amenity and views of the property are such that it has reached the threshold, therefore potentially becoming a matter of residential amenity. This judgment should be explained in narrative, setting out why the effects are considered to reach the threshold. Equally, judgment should explain why the threshold has not been reached. Now, the requirement there is one of explanation. Would you agree with me?
Explanation for those properties where the largest magnitude of effect has been identified. So you don't do it for all properties. You do steps 1 to 3, and then you identify whether any should be considered for a step 4 assessment.
Well, with respect, that's not what it says. The last 2 sentences say you should explain why the effects are considered to reach the threshold. Equally, judgments should explain why the threshold has not been reached. I'm afraid I read that as requiring the author to explain both inclusion and exclusion of properties.
Yes, I think that. I mean, it slightly disagrees with what it says in line 4 of that paragraph, but I don't see any difficulty in providing that explanation. It will be to do with magnitude of impact. It's not an unreasonable expectation.
Yes, the footnote helps you, doesn't it? And we don't have all afternoon, so I'm not going to take you back to the GLVIA and what it says. My point, though, Mr. Walsh, is this. In the documents that you have produced for this inquiry, I do not find any reasoning for the conclusions that you or your team have drawn in relation to each of the 23 properties. So my question is, do you agree with me that reasoning, or to use their word, explanation, is missing?
I've explained what I've done. I carried out a review of the properties, and I'm satisfied that none reached the threshold. I could have put that in more words. I didn't. But
well, James, that's a poor answer. I'm sorry. You're required to explain it. You don't explain it. You can agree with me, surely, that you haven't explained it.
I have explained that the magnitude at no property is such that an overbearing or dominant visual effect would arise.
Okay.
And that's the reason.
The reason the reason this requirement is here is because we can see in 4.118 that, in essence, step 4 is a matter of professional judgment. You agree with that?
Yes.
Yeah.
But that judgment does involve quite a bit of justification when you are reasoning that the threshold has been reached.
The alternative, Mr. Welsh, is that the becomes a tick box, and you at least make yourself vulnerable to the charge that you're simply doing your client's bidding. Now, I know you wouldn't do that, never do that, but there are those who would. And so if there isn't an explanation, the public, who are the recipients of all this, are left in the dark. If the reporter writes a one-line report and says, I grant permission for this wind farm, we're none the wiser what she's been thinking for the last however long. We are none the wiser today, Mr. Welsh, why you and your team came to the conclusions they did in the document, Appendix 6.2, despite the fact that you've reviewed the earlier exercise, or repeated the earlier exercise, and come to the same conclusions.
I've just turned on in my inquiry report, and I have in paragraphs 1333 to 1338 set out why I do not consider any of those effects to be overbearing or dominant, and therefore they would not trigger reach that threshold.
Well, I wasn't going to take the inquiry's time up with looking at the paucity of reasoning in those 5 paragraphs, and so I won't. But if that's your answer, I'm quite happy to note it and refer to it in due course. May I ask you to go to paragraph 13.8 in your inquiry report. And explain something else to me. In the second last paragraph, you say, that is not the case, as a higher threshold is expected in planning when addressing private views and amenity. Could I ask you, what does that sentence mean? Higher than what?
The point I'm making there is it comes back to this right to a view, which is covered in paragraph 1.5 of that guidance. It is not simply in all residential visual amenity cases. It is not simply sufficient for a significant effect to arise for that to be unacceptable in planning terms. It requires a higher magnitude of change because, as it says here in the guidance, no one has a right to a view. And it goes on in paragraph 1.6 to say it's not uncommon for significant adverse effects on views and visual amenity to be experienced by people at their place of residence, which does not necessarily cause particular planning concern. It's where it is so great that it's generally considered to be not to be in the public interest to permit it. And that situation doesn't arise here.
Well, I take what you're saying. I'm not sure that I've understood completely what you meant by, in 13.8, by a higher threshold. So higher than what? Are you differentiating between private and public?
No, higher than merely a significant visual effect.
So how should we call it? A very significant visual effect?
A threshold effect is what they're now telling us to call it.
A threshold effect. So there must be some distinction to be made between a significant effect and a very significant effect, or a threshold effect. It sounds to me as if we're going back to the days of the matrix, which has got 5 or 7 gradations between non-existent and major, or non-existent and very major, and trying to find a place to put the pin. Sorry, that's not a very well constructed sentence, but I think you see what I'm driving at. Are there so many degrees, Mr. Welsh, of difference between simply being able to see a development and having it affect your amenity that you need to choose a place on the scale?
What the case law tells us, and now the guidance, is that there has to be an impact, as it says in paragraph 2.2, that is overwhelming, overly intrusive, overbearing, for it to then become a planning matter.
Yeah, but in fact...
And that's what the guidance tells us.
Quoting paragraph 2.2 is not fair, is it? Because there's simply a series of examples of language. The professional assessor is expected to use his own language and explain his own reasoning so that his customers, that's us, can understand why he's reached the conclusion that he has. Let me ask you the question another way. What happens if there's a threshold effect detected from a number of properties in respect of a development.
My understanding is that that then becomes a matter for the planning balance.
And it's reported by you to the planning officer, isn't it, or whoever is employing you?
It's reported by us in the RVAA that there is a threshold. A threshold has been reached in relation to XYZ properties, and that then becomes one of the disbenefits, I suppose, of the development.
And the David Bells of this world, who exercise the planning balance for their clients, will be able to take that into account.
Yes, and beyond him, the decision maker.
If he doesn't remove the adverse effect, beyond him, the decision maker. Beg your pardon, just bear with me a second. That's fine. Now, at 1333, I think we go to next. Page 86 of your inquiry report.
Yes, I have that.
On the basis of the assessment, it is considered by Open that the visual effect at no properties within 2 kilometres would amount to a level of impact on their amenity that could be described as overbearing, overwhelming or dominant, such that they might become widely regarded as an unattractive place in which to live, whether the property is financially involved or not. So that is a wholesale incorporation of the Lavender test, isn't it, into the guidance?
It's the conclusion of a Lavender test evaluation, yes.
Thank you. Is there in your report any reference to or analysis of living conditions as distinct from the visibility of the project from the locations at which you assessed it?
No.
Thank you. Can the planner do his job if he doesn't have some assessment of what the living conditions are? Do you think?
I can see that living conditions are referred to in the guidance, but what in my mind this is really about residential amenity, and living conditions are a factor of that. I think that there is sufficient information in the RVAA for a planning officer to reach a view with field work as to whether this is a material planning obstacle or a matter for the balance.
Do you think the matter of living conditions assessment is a matter for you or for the planner looking at the bigger picture?
As I said to you a few moments ago, I don't think we have all the information to start making judgments around the living conditions that might be enjoyed in different ways by different people.
Isn't that, with respect though, isn't that the very point that when undertaking this exercise, which you explain is different from environmental impact assessment, when undertaking this exercise, you're being asked to look at residential visual amenity in a holistic way by your professional institute so that you're able to report. Not that somebody's a hermit or somebody's got 10 children or somebody goes to work, somebody doesn't go to work. I don't mean that kind of thing. But living conditions, it doesn't mean whether the house is clean or dirty. It doesn't mean that either. It means what type of house is it? which way, and you've analysed which way it faces, but you don't know anything about the internal layout, and you don't know anything about the, in inverted commas, enjoyment which occupants make of the curtilage.
You can form a view as to elements of the amenity of that property, i.e. is it south-facing, has it got conservatories, has it got garden ground around it, has it got woodland surrounding it, and those are the aspects that we will take into account to, I think, reach a sort of spatial judgment as to how a property is affected. I don't believe we have all the information to make those judgments about living conditions, and you suggested earlier that one might be an Airbnb and one might be lived in full time. I mean, that's not the type of assessment that this type of survey can capture.
Okay, well, we can differ about that, I think, but I can read the guidance just as well as anybody else. Could you look at 13.9, the second paragraph of your inquiry report? Please, you say, the term residential amenity refers to the living conditions of the house, including its gardens and domestic curtilage, and to an extent its immediate approach, but not a lengthy drive, which are commonly interpreted to include visual amenity, noise amenity, and other factors such as shadow flicker. In an RVAA such as this, open deals only with visual amenity. I'm interested in your reference to a lengthy drive. Clearly that doesn't necessarily apply in this case at all, but it might. What are we to understand by your reference to a lengthy drive?
The guidance gives us a glossary, so I'm back on 1218.
Yes.
Gives us a glossary in the annex that tells us what is meant by domestic curtilage. And it tells us that domestic gardens and access drives immediately surrounding a residential property, including patios, terraces, courtyards, forecourts, but it then says the domestic curtilage does not extend to surrounding paddocks and other peripheral land outbuildings within the property ownership or to public or private approach roads. So it's an interpretation of what the guidance is telling us.
Okay. Well, lawyers have been arguing about what curtilage is for about 250 years. So
Landscape Institute sorted it in a minute then.
I don't suppose we'll sort it today. Thank you. The advice of the Landscape Institute is to limit this exercise to 2 kilometres. In this case, there are a number of houses which are just over 2 kilometres, and I think you'll be familiar with earlier correspondence about extending the RVAA to include those. What I want to ask you, though, about is a more generalised effect on smaller communities or groups of houses which are beyond 2 kilometres and which ought to be really assessed in the same way for the effect. Do you say that's either desirable or not desirable?
I think it's desirable that they're assessed, but that forms part of an LVIA, not an RVAA. That's a point explained in this guidance as well, that this is very much about individual properties, but when you've got a group of properties, that becomes an LVIA matter.
Is there really a material difference? I mean, if you had half a dozen, let's say, farm cottages in a line which we see all over Scotland, and they're 2.1 kilometres away from the nearest turbine, is it not really dodging responsibility not to assess them?
I guess it's it's a bit of a judgment call. I mean, we automatically include settlements that are in the local plan in an LVIA, but you do get clusters of residential properties, communities that don't reach that threshold, and your first thing you would do is have a look and see whether they're likely to be affected, and we should screen them in if there is likely to be a material effect.
On my instructions, there are 40 to 50 properties within 3 kilometres of the nearest turbine, but yet 23 of them are dealt with in the RVAA. Could I put you on review, Mr. Welsh, that it might have been prudent in the circumstances to extend this exercise so that they were included?
My response to that is that the purpose of RVAA is not to identify significant visual effects, and I would not be surprised if some properties beyond the 2 kilometre cut-off were likely to experience significant effects. But what the purpose of this exercise is to identify whether properties have reached that threshold that we've talked about. And that is less likely to happen as you move further away from 1.5 to 2 kilometres. So it doesn't. What purpose does it serve to include large numbers of properties which may have significant visual effects, but which are remoter from any realistic possibility of being affected by a threshold impact?
I understand the question's rhetorical, but it surely must have the very real assessment, the very real objective and benefit of being able to say to the decision maker, actually, we've followed the Landscape Institute, we've applied this flexibly, that's what it says, and we come to the view that it's not 23 houses that don't cross the threshold, but it's 73 houses. And therefore the applicant is safe to go ahead. What we do have in this case, I think, are a judgment about significant effects on, is it 40 to 50 houses, 3 communities, 3 settlements, which have not, the residential amenity of which has not really been examined. I think it's a gap in the jigsaw, isn't it? Yes, indeed. Yes, I understand they were considered in the LVIA. My proposition is that because they're so close to the 2 kilometre mark, or most of them are so close to the 2 kilometre mark, that you should have applied, with hindsight, which we all have, of course, you should have applied the RVA rules to those houses as well. Ma'am, may I have a moment, please? Thinking about the more widely dispersed communities, if we're to understand what you think the visual effects on those more dispersed communities are, we can only find the answer in the EIAR, can't we? And if it's not there, then it hasn't been done.
Yes.
Correct.
But you need also, in that regard, not to omit to consider the screening exercise in the EIAR, which considers effects across a large number of receptors and eliminates them from the assessment if there is no likelihood of a significant effect. So some of the groups of residential receptors referred to by Mr. Steele were properly considered at that screen. I'm not talking about EIA screening, but there is a screening stage at the start of the EIA process, and that's documented in Chapter 6.
Certainly, but screening is a coin with two sides, isn't it? You rely on the screener, the local authority or the Scottish Government, to tell you what they want to hear about. But you also have to rely on your own professional judgment in case something's been missed out, which you discover.
You may discover that, but I just wanted to draw attention to the fact that you might not find it in the assessment section of the EIAR because it has been filtered out during the early stage.
But it's all a matter of professional assessment by both the screener and the person carrying out the work. It's not a tick box.
No, it's not a tick box, and it's a very thorough process.
Well, sometimes it's a thorough process, and sometimes things get left out. No, I wouldn't for a minute suggest anything's deliberately left out, but if it's not done because it's not in the screening, it's still open to the assessor to do it because he thinks it should be included, if you're a professional assessor. Yes?
I wouldn't disagree with that, but I don't. If it's an inference that we should have had a broader study area for the RVA, I'm afraid I don't accept that.
Well, if I'd wanted to ask you that question, and I have already, and I've got an answer, so I'm not going back to it. One of the features of this development, which is a feature which is not unique anymore, but it's certainly different from earlier occasions when you and I have discussed this in public, is that the turbines on this occasion are very much bigger. And they're bigger than the turbines currently were in, I'm not sure what the date of Technical Note 219 is, but I imagine it's 2019. The turbines are much bigger than, or the proposed turbines are much bigger than they were in 2019. Doesn't that really make the case by itself for expanding the study area? Because clearly visibility is going to be greater.
I think there that you're falling into the trap of looking for significant effects, and that's not what the exercise is about. And certainly we were dealing with aviation lighting in 2019, so they have got bigger, but we knew about 200-metre turbines in 2019.
But you can't have threshold effects, Mr. Welsh, unless you first of all have significant effects.
I agree.
One builds into the other. Mm-hmm. And isn't it a simple fact that bigger turbines are more likely to produce significant effects?
It is possible, yes.
It's likely, isn't it? It's obvious.
It depends. It depends it depends entirely on the individual circumstances.
A Rolls-Royce is bigger than a Ford. You pay attention to the Rolls-Royce, you can see a Ford any day of the week. It's no different from that, is it?
I think it is.
All right, we can disagree about that. You've been most helpful, thank you. I have no more questions, ma'am.
Okay, I'm just proposing we have a short break until 3:30, and then I'll have some questions for the witness, and then Mr. Hardy can follow up. Thank you. Sorry, just take that to 1:30. Welcome back after the short break. We were just at the point where I was going to ask Mr Welch some questions. Mr Welch, just to continue on the residential visual amenity theme before I take you back to some of your earlier evidence from today. In your discussions with Mr Campbell there, we talked about the triggers to take you to step 4 from step 3. And I just wondered if you could take me through a little bit of your understanding of what would be the trigger in terms of taking a property into step 4, in terms of the change to visual amenity that would then require further assessment.
Typically, ma'am, it will be because of the magnitude of an impact from a wind farm. So you only contemplate those properties that have reached the highest magnitude of impact through the visual assessment up to step 3, and typically it would be wind turbines, maybe in number at close proximity, where they were potentially elevated relative to a property, where they occupied a key view, perhaps with cumulative wind turbines, where they, if there was already a wind farm on one side of the development of the house, and on the other side you were putting it in a wind farm, that might well trigger it cumulatively, because it's deemed to be very an unattractive residential prospect to be surrounded by, or have a sense of surrounding as a result of wind turbines. If the property had a very framed view down a valley and you were filling across that valley, again at relatively close range, or a number of turbines, that could all trip it. And it is a professional judgment, and we have in some recent assessments determined that properties have reached that threshold. So it does happen, but normally I would say with a larger number of turbines than we're seeing in the wire lines for this development. So it's number, proximity, height, and the characteristics of a particular view.
Okay, thank you. Would you accept that when looking at residential visual amenity, that internally, the aspects of a property and the way it's configured internally and the way that the rooms might be used could also be a consideration that should come into play?
The GLVIA3, this is going back a bit, placed greater emphasis on rooms that were occupied during daytime as opposed to bedrooms or bathrooms. So when ascribing a principal aspect to a property, we will tend to make particular note of a conservatory, or if there's a large picture window in an elevation. So the internal layout can be valuable to understand that in terms of the main living room, and it's those main living rooms that are afforded most weight, if you like.
Can I ask then, in terms of your assessment that you've done in Appendix 6.2, any of the properties there, you've acknowledged to Mr Campbell earlier today that none of the properties were viewed internally, so I understand. So no judgment was possible of, was it all done externally? So you were looking at the properties trying to ascertain what were the important rooms that might then fall into that category you've just described?
Yes, so you can, you perhaps make some assumptions, but you can tell from the design of a house what its principal aspect is, and whether it's looking south or east or west. You can form judgments about perhaps less important elevations because you can tell it's a bathroom window, or if there's a patio area or an area of lawn in front of a property, you'll ascribe importance to that. Notwithstanding the criticism from Mr. Campbell, it is generally not possible to organise access into people's properties when during the application stage. That's a very difficult thing to do.
Can I ask why?
Because there is often in a community a sense of challenge about the project, and if there were a large number of properties, that would be quite a difficult exercise to arrange access to each one of them. It's just not something that's generally done. If Mr. Campbell referred to the Clochery case, there were a very small number of properties there that were of key concern, where the magnitude of impact was high.
Do you think it's something that I ought to do?
Normally on site visits with reporters, we do visit the closest or the most significantly affected properties. I've been on a number of site visits where that happens, ma'am.
Are there particular properties that you think are worthy of me visiting as part of this scheme?
I would have thought it would be worthwhile visiting those properties where we have attributed the highest magnitude of impact. I think there's 5 that have a high order of impact.
Okay, I can have a look at those and see if we can build them into the site inspection. And obviously it may be possible to view those internally, appreciating that you haven't assessed them as that, but assuming you've done an assessment that's making the assumption that how the property has been used in that particular way.
Yep.
Just before I move off residential visual amenities, just one other thing I wanted to check with you. In your inquiry report at 13.24, if you can get that in front of you.
Yes.
You say that all of the properties are located within the ZTV shading for the proposed developments are included within the detailed assessment. Can you just explain to me just how that works, what you mean by ZTV shading? Maybe I'm just not quite understanding the terminology there.
In the RBAA appendix, one of the first figures is a plan of the property locations. So in this case, the 23 properties are marked on it, and we've also got the blade tip ZTV. So in terms of identifying the properties, you would only include properties in an RVAA where they had theoretical visibility. If they're outside the ZTV, you can eliminate them.
Do you have the figure number?
It's simply figure 1 in appendix 6.2.
Okay, thank you. So that's how that's what that sentence
That's what
means.
that's referring to.
Right, just moving off residential visual amenity, and I just had a couple of other questions. At various points you refer to, and I'll read just a sentence from your precognition. Proposed development has been set back from the edges of the upland LCTs so as to minimise intrusion with the surrounding valley types. Where significant landscape effects do arise in these valleys, they are intermittent and geographically isolated. What I want to explore with you and try and really understand is what you understand to be intermittent and what you understand to be isolated in the way that you use this a number of times through your precognitions and inquiry report. And I'll just raise a point as well. You know, can intermittent also mean sudden, so that something is suddenly appears? Is that part of your considerations?
Intermittent could mean sudden. To answer that, first of all, in considering the A7, the ZTV shows theoretical visibility over a number of stretches. We have run wire lines for all of those stretches, And the representative viewpoints that we identified on the A7 are the worst case views from the A7. So that's viewpoints 2, 3 and 4. There is no greater visibility from any other location on the A7. So what happens as you drive, if you drive north up the A7, is considerable stretches of the road have hedgerow planting vegetation, which enclose it. Then you might have an open stretch of road, and it's where you have a valley opening on the left, on your left-hand side, that you get a line of sight into the deeper into the part of the uplands, and that's where the visibility occurs. So it's because of a break in that outer edge of that escarpment. If it was a continuous edge, there would be no visibility of the wind farm, but because it is, it dips. There are locations where you get these short-lived views up the glens, pretty much perpendicular to the direction of travel, where you see a number of turbines, and that varies from 2 or 3 in some locations, like viewpoint around viewpoint 2 to viewpoint 3, where I think there are 8, and viewpoint 4 a similar number. But in between that, you are seeing, if anything, blade tips. And one way of verifying that what I'm saying, ma'am, is to look at the RVAA, which has a number of properties along the road with wire lines. And so you can also get in, you're not just restricted to the wire lines from the representative viewpoints, but you can use the RVA ones as well from the properties alongside the road. And what we mean by intermittent is that there's not a continuous visibility of the wind farm along the A7. It's fragmented, and you've got a distance of 2 or 3 kilometres between some of those viewpoints. So if it takes you 10 minutes to drive from, or 15 minutes from Langham to Teviot Head, the actual incidents of visibility are going to represent a very small fraction of that journey. And the easiest way of demonstrating this is to include that on the accompanied site visit, and we can point out where the visibility is arising. And it also allows you to see the roadside vegetation.
Yes, I've already travelled up and down that route a number of times already, and stopped and seen those particular viewpoints, so I know where you're talking about. Can I ask about the term isolated as well?
Perhaps it's a semantics, but I think they are. I have driven up and down that road repeatedly, where that visibility is that will as represented in those viewpoints is so short-lived that I regard that as isolated. It's not affecting a stretch of 2 or 3 kilometres or even a kilometre of road. They're short, sharp, isolated patches of visibility. So that's how I use that term.
Okay, thank you. That helped my understanding of what you were talking about with those particular terms. I have a final question. It's really touching on the the lighting issue, and just asking you what your understanding is of the dark sky, which is going to be discussed on Friday, probably with quite a few people who are coming to the community issues session, but no doubt it will come up in other evidence today and tomorrow as well. Is there a recognised area that you're aware of in terms of dark sky in the Scottish borders and Dumfries and Galloway, this part of the Dumfries and Galloway area, that affects this particular area and this proposal, that had an impact on your assessment?
apologies. There are normally, when a dark sky park is identified, there are normally viewing locations identified where the public is encouraged to go and enjoy dark sky qualities. My understanding is that there is a proposal for a dark sky to the southeast in the New Castleton area, but aside from that, ma'am, I am not. We are not aware of the wind farm being located within a formalised dark sky area.
I think probably on Friday we will hear a little bit more from the witnesses there about their ambitions perhaps and ideas and thoughts and how far those ideas have gone in terms of thinking about designating or identifying certain areas for their dark sky potential. So it's maybe not an issue for you today, but maybe for witness on Friday.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I've concluded all my questions. Would you like to re-examine your witness, Mr. Hardy?
Thanks. I think we've been beset by technical gremlins that you can be. I'm not going to re-examine. I think the answers are clear, and therefore I'm content to leave it there.
Okay, now I'm just looking at the time. It's 5 to 4. The options are that we finish up today and we pick up witnesses' evidence tomorrow. So it'll be, or we start today. I'm perhaps thinking that perhaps it might be better that we start tomorrow afresh with the witness for Dumfries and Galloway Council, Ms Anderson, rather than start and stop, because we're not going to get very far this afternoon. Does that sound reasonable? And does everybody think that we'll get through all the evidence tomorrow, because we have Ms Anderson and then we have Mr Steele and also Mr Mundell, who's he is going to join us tomorrow. I've been in touch with him. He just hasn't been able to make it today.
Ma'am, certainly for examination in chief, I will only have 5 minutes or 5-10 minutes maximum.
I discussed it with my learned friend. We're under no pressure in terms of time. We will finish tomorrow. If it's helpful to get evidence in chief completed today, then if there are any additional points, that helps me, and it may well save some time. And in terms of Mr Steele, it's going to be fairly short, and Mr Mundell, there may not be anything at all. So we are definitely going to finish.
I would be in favour of stopping now and restarting with Miss Anderson in the morning, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, are councils of a similar view or any preference?
I think it makes sense to stop just now, ma'am, and reconvene in the morning.
Okay, I think the consensus is that we'll stop today. We could just take Ms Anderson's evidence in chief, but it's probably better to start fresh tomorrow with everything, I think, and we'll call it a day. I was asked earlier about how the session on Friday is going to operate. I was just talking to Mr Campbell there and just explaining the session on Friday is a hearing, it's a community issues hearing, so a less formal procedure. And I think you're going to convey to the parties, Mr Campbell, who you represent, just how that might operate.
That's correct, ma'am. Yes, I'll endeavour to have everybody there at 10 o'clock and, so far as possible, identify those who have primary responsibility for the various questions that you've set.
Okay, good. Right, it's just coming up to 4 o'clock. We'll finish for today, and I'll see you tomorrow morning at 9:30. Thank you.